Go and subscribe, you shit. Go and subscribe, you shit.
Hi there. Hey meow. Ooh, how's it going? Shit bricks. That didn't work the way it was supposed to. Whatever does. Can you hear me? We always have to check this out. Ta-da! Hello, Selton. Hi there, Andrew. Yes, the madness begins. Yeah, we all here. We all ready. In honor of this occasion, okay, it wasn't a different occasion, but the point is, I still have some whiskey left. So I'm gonna start this off with my last sip, really. My audio was being weird last night, but that was Discord, so I guess it's fine. Thank you for letting me know there, Summoner. Yes. What is there to say at the intro with my face? Here's my face. We can get right into it because I actually have a diagram for the introduction. But this will be the introduction. It honors Nick. I've drunken it. I've drunken it drunken. It's actually apple juice. You did your dream analysis yesterday? Oh, that's great. But it is cool, isn't it? Oh, you got it. Okay, I mean, you don't have to tell us what happened, but I hope it was as enlightening to you as it was to me for myself. I also enjoyed it. I even last night in my dream, I was interpreting my dream during the dream. So yeah, I'm all dolled up. Yes, I'm wearing my kimono. Hi, Hypersleep. Mine isn't apple juice. Mysterious. I did my dream. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not a follower of Rekieta, so this feels like a secret Sitch and Adam lore. Is it secret? Well, you're supposed to have gone to watch, like a real Sitch and Adam fan, because it was kind of like the way it happened. Actually, was on my Discord. I was told, oh, Nick, Sitch and Adam are live on Nick, and it was like everybody running around, and yeah, and then the only kind of intelligent chat I had was on the in-show chat on Sitch and Adam's Discord. She's going full anime girl. No, because I don't have sake. I've only got whiskey. Anyway, I guess we're just chatting for a bit, so let's just chat for a bit. Rekieta seems smart and measured, but his fans don't. Yeah, the comments on Rumble are so crass and dismissive. It's insane. But you know what's interesting is watching the beginning. The beginning bits. Okay, I am going to be focusing on the transcript. So because we are on YouTube for this first bit. I think we'll have a look at the chat actually, just to talk about that, especially in this beginning part. Let me go to my diagram because we have a diagram for that, but I will add to it. You help me. If I could just take this shit off. Go to this layout. Okay, so I actually have an intro diagram. Look, guys, so if you go to the link in the description, which will be the YouTube description, I don't think I added it to the Rumble one. There are two parts of this diagram. You'll see there's YouTube part 1 and intro. Intro is where we're just going to talk about a little bit about stuff. Okay, this is my cue cards. So first of all, let's go to the famous last words. Nick's audience will love Sitch and Adam. No, that goes to what we spoke about with what Equin Shaddox is saying now. Is hi Kevin. He's not saying hi Kevin, but I'm very ADD. OMG with the diagrams. Of course with the diagrams. Hello. I love them. So yeah, his fans are nuts. So basically the discussion is what happened was people were on Discord and Andrew's like, hey, Nick, Sitch and Adam are on Nick Rekieta's stream. I love Nick Rekieta. I'm like, cool. It's two of my favorite people, channels coming together, happiness. And I was like, I go and I write in our chat, oh, I literally was like, Nick's audience will love Sitch and Adam. Oh, honey, no, they don't. They really do hate him, and he argues with them like anyone does, and there's a lot of the times where I actually agree with him, so it doesn't matter. But the chat is absolutely barbaric. On Rumble, they were worse. YouTube, I've only seen the beginning of the debate, so I don't really know. I can see how it could de-escalate, or it could escalate. So we will have a look at the chat. I wasn't going to. You can see I've got the transcript up and ready, but we'll go into actually the chat replay. And you'll see. They're actually Sitch and Adam both said that they didn't look at chats, which is good because it was not worth it. There was nothing of substance said except hi Lucy, hi Kitty. That's basically all that was said in the chat that was worth listening to. But yeah, we'll look at that. But yeah, that was what I said. I thought that they would. I really thought that they would. And you know what? I think actually Nick might have thought that his audience would like them because that's why I had them on the show. So he talks about it. But anyway, so what I need to tell you guys is this is a season, okay? This is going to be a season. We do call this debate diagram 18. Or was it 19? I don't even know. Point is, it is a debate diagram, but this is a season. I'm undertaking this, okay? Like most of the people that watch me are because of Sitch and Adam. So it follows they would be interested in this. I hope I'm right about that. So I hope that you are with me throughout, and because it's going to be a long ass journey. We'll take breaks in between. I've got some stuff planned with Andrew Clark. But basically the solo diagramming is going to be focused on this debate for the next few weeks. And we're going to try and finish it. We're going to try. I can never tell. I don't think we'll get to the veto bit. I don't really want to because it's absolute bullshit. I was there for that stuff. But the stuff that built up to it, that's what I want to see. So anyway, it's a season, not an episode. Why is it so? Let's have a look. There are multiple topics. They start off with like elections. They talk about Nick Fuentes, which is the reason that they got onto a chat. I just put TDS there because I remember people accusing Sitch of TDS. So then there's censorship, which was the title of the stream. So it's about Nick Fuentes and censorship. Then centrism, which also is a little bit of the stuff that they talk about in the beginning. Just morality, that they talk about everything. So we are going to be here a fucking long time, okay? And yeah, veto does come in at the end, and I don't think we're going to get onto that. So also just a few notes on the actual structure of what this is going to be like. This that we're doing now is the YouTube section. The YouTube section we will do on YouTube and Rumble. Dual stream. But when we get to the Rumble stuff, it gets pretty spicy, okay? So we're going to just be on Rumble. But when we do the transfer from Rumble to from YouTube to just Rumble exclusively, I'll just do a quick little, hi guys, remember to come to Rumble for this. The way that big streamers do, they go and they have like a little intro on their YouTube channel, and then they're like, click here for Rumble. That's what we'll do, so don't worry about that. You can create your Rumble account and follow me at a later stage if you like. And then there is a post-debate video, which I don't know if we'll go over it, but it is there. So that would be part of the season if we do go over it. So it is a very long undertaking, and I'm here for it because I like both of these groups, and I would like to know and learn from both of them about stuff. So this will be interesting. So, okay, part of the discussion here is also I'm going to declare my biases. Even though I tend to take the centrist route, I really do try to just look at everything and see which parts resonate with me and which I understand the best. And there I go. There's where my opinion will stand. But when we look at Sitch and Adam versus Nick Rekieta, I like both of them, both groups, both channels, but I like and watch everything of Sitch and Adam's, right? I've subscribed for a much longer time, so I'm very protective over them. So I'm like, and not that they need protection, I mean, like, I just have this kind of loyalty, kind of like tribalism towards them. So when people were talking shit about them in chat, I was pissed off. So yeah, I tend to be on Sitch and Adam's side, but there were several times where I was agreeing with Nick, and going, God, guys. But we'll see. Sitch and Adam might get debate brained. We might see them do that, because Nick is formidable. Okay, and then also with Nick, the exposure I've had to him is his legal coverage of the murder, mostly the murder stuff. Actually didn't watch as much of him on the Johnny Depp trial as everybody else, but I was really much on the murder thing, and he was very, even he does really. That's the whole point, that most people started subscribing to him in the beginning it was the legal coverage. And yeah, I've been subscribed for a shorter time, so I'm not unbraided. I think I'm rather braided, so I think I'll just write myself here as braided. There you go. Okay, you're supposed to bring balance to the centrist, not leave it in darkness. Who? Sitch and Adam, not me. Good logic stood up for Sitch and Adam. Good man. Oh, that's nice. In the whole Fuentes thing, because yeah, that I wasn't privy to the Twitter stuff that happened that led to this, but we'll learn. They'll discuss. Evito's on. Evito comes on right at the end there. They're all debate brained. Drunk lawyer going sophist while they try to get him to admit one point rather than actually having an interesting conversation about censoring versus free. Yeah, they do get very much like they play language games and stuff. So it will be interesting to see. Okay, let me just check. Hold on, guys. I've just gotten. Was that a butt dial? Sorry. What? Sorry. Okay, cool. Goes to show no one is immune to debate brain. Yeah, it is, and I mean, as much as they say they weren't reading chat, can you imagine reading those things? God, they were horrible. It was insane. And then obviously, if the chat that they were or could have been reading was the stuff that we were saying, and we were saying how bad their chat was. So yeah, I hate that there's a very difference between butt dial and a booty call. There's no such thing as like listen. Don't do that. Butt dial. Anyway, I missed the debate. Was it good or was it a shit show? It was a shit show. I actually didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy most of it. I honestly don't, and I wasn't there for most of it. So, but look, it will be fine. We started with they start very nicely. Okay, so and also we'll have a look at chat. Let's do that. There's a lot of stuff that I won't actually map in the beginning because it's just talking about stuff. There's no real like concepts, and they'll get to them. I need to really. This is going to be tough because it's just going to be tough. That's all I'm going to say. It's really, really like when I listened to this, I was like, oh my god. How am I going to die? There were some parts where I was like, I have to diagram this because this is how I need to explain why I disagree with Sitch and Adam, or how they're talking past each other because they're not seeing what each other are saying and things like that. So I absolutely have to, which is the reason that I do debate diagrams, is because I have to make sense of the things. But also, this is daunting as fuck, but I have to do it. Nick is a bitch. I could take him. Okay, Calvin. You do that. Touchdown! I shaved 6 minutes off my 3 mile, and Kitty reads my booty call chat. Sex sells, kids. Yes, item. Well done, by the way. You're either a kid or a wine mom if diving into the thought process of winters is considered sus. I didn't say it was sus. Hi there. 333. Who is not 333? Sorry, there's no Hydra today, but thank you for coming. Butt dolls shall now be referred to as booty calls. I shall now also carry my phone in my back pocket so it happens more often. Be like, yeah, I booty called this bitch the other day. Yeah, don't do that. Ali, no, she's not booty dialing me. She's not gonna phone me. She'll text me. Okay. Actually, yeah, we only phone each other when we're lost and trying to find each other in a place. Okay. Here we go. I'm very nervous.
With me today, I have two guests, although only one of them I think is here.
How's the audio?
Or maybe they both. Oh no, they're both here. Welcome to the show, Sitch and Adam. How are you guys doing?
How's that audio? I'm waiting for somebody to tell me. Oh yeah, I'm finished my whiskey now. There's no more whiskey in my house. Now it's all water. I'm with you, Artem. Great audio. Cool. You can do it, Kitty. Thanks, stranger. I appreciate that idea. Please stick with me. We'll see it through. No, we won't. We'll see how far we go. That's usually it. Oh God, I think that's it. I'm nervous because I know that starting this is just. Anyway, just fucking do it, right?
Hey now.
What's up?
Thanks for having us on.
I mean,
Okay, so
you thank me now.
Uh-oh.
No,
he knew what was up. He says, you thank me now. Just look here. If we go to, sorry, if we get out here and go into the chat, okay. Right time, about time. I was supposed to serenade the chat, blah, blah. There were some people in here. Sitch, okay, so already Sitch brought his boyfriend, which is hilarious. We're used to that. Here comes the sorry I'm late. Okay, nobody cares. But two furries. Oh Jesus, they're already actually bad, but they weren't as bad in these first few minutes. Okay, they're rabid. These people are rabid.
I'm just kidding.
Before he's all like, I'm gonna be real nice and be a nice conversation. Then when we get
What?
on, he's
Wait.
the blood sports begin.
If
That's
they're
what
rabid,
usually-
what the fuck am I doing covering this? Some of them will find this. I'm scared. Hold me. Stop edging. Why was this so bad? It's, you know what? It's actually not bad. It devolves. It devolves. That's the thing. So I don't know how it got to. I arrived post de-evolution. So yeah, and I just, you know what? I was focused too much on the chat. I had to stop reading chat because it was too much. You'll be fine, Kitty. Thanks, Item. Yeah. Call me when the chat says eat shit for a while. For a wall. Stop being a baby. Just words online. It's true. I'll protect you, Kitty. Thank you, Lucy. Lucy will send the bunnies. Get vaccinated. Get good. Get. Actually, I will breed myself. Anyway. So yeah. Let's. Oh, there's Zero Fox. He's there finally. He says. He did put a super chat in. We'll see. It's just now.
It happens to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every time.
I think
Because I'll
this is
give
a
that
fake
speech and they're like,
fight.
okay. And then they get on there like, why do you hate women and children? It's like, wow.
So
Let me
Zero
give you a
Fox is
list.
a member.
But no, I'm really glad to have you guys on because people have been telling me to talk to y'all forever. And we've never gotten around to actually officially setting anything up. And so now we've got this topic. We've had a little disagreement on Twitter.
There's one person there. What's up, Adam and Sitch? Yay! Is this now a furry channel? Yes, people are so savage. Sitch couldn't do this on his own. Yeah, like, relax, guys.
Wholesome topic, right?
Yes, the wholesome topic of is a closeted gay cat boy loving political leader
Let's get out
LARPer
of the chat.
inciting violence
chat
against
The chat is not the point here, okay? Because you can see already the way it is. So what's the point? But that is the best that they are. What I do want to do is later on, it will not be this episode, it'll probably not be the next episode. There is a point where Sitch and Adam people have called them libtards and shit like that in the chat. And then they go and they actually demonstrate how they are not libtards. And I was not able to read the chat at that point. I want to see that. But we're not there yet. So yeah, let's just go back to and you see that Nick is like, hey, people have told me that I must speak to you guys. Exactly, that's where I came from with the whole next people will love Sitch and Adam. Also, my last exposure to Nick was legal stuff, not political stuff, where he's just talking to people. It was actually it's talking to the chat that are interested in the court cases and things. So I don't know if there's much of a difference with them now, but these rabid people, wow.
Here, welcome to the show, Sitch and Adam. How are you guys doing?
Hey now.
What's up?
Thanks for having us on.
I mean, you thank me now.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm just kidding.
Before he's all like, I'm going to be real nice and be a nice conversation. Then when we get on, he's like, the blood sports begin.
That's what usually happens to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every time. Because I'll give that speech and they're like, okay. And then they get on, they're like, why do you hate women and children? It's like, wow, let me give you a list. No, but no, I'm really glad to have you guys on because people have been telling me to talk to y'all forever. And we've never gotten around to actually officially setting anything up. And so now we've got this topic we've had a little disagreement on Twitter.
A nice wholesome topic, right?
Yes, the wholesome topic of is a closeted gay cat boy loving political leader LARPer inciting violence against the Jews.
And that is the main thing, right? Nick Fuentes did a speech and it was on Rumble, and then he got deplatformed, I think, from Rumble because it was hate speech. So there's that. They were literally very harsh on Sitch, and I'm typically the most verbal hate watcher. And I'm typically their most verbal hate watcher. Hey, Jab! Buzz. Yeah, sorry about that. I will put my phone on silent. Sitch wins a fair bit of the chat towards the end. Not much support for Adam. Now all we need is for Kitty to dress up in cat ears and outfit, and they will have a proper furry stream. I've got my cat ears here, but they're not furry enough. Hey, Andrew, whatever. Was expecting, not expecting Rekieta and Vito to be in such agreement. Love this conversation. Oh, you loved it? I was frustrated, but then again, I left. I didn't see the whole thing. Yeah, aka Nick Fuentes. Yeah, the cat boy loving person is kicked from Rumble. Yeah, he was. What's up, Scum? How's it going? Okay, so yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, that was the reason that they got together. Their major argument is about Nick. Got together to stream. Okay, I'm just putting normal stuff. It's nobody's side there. They're just making nice, and yeah, that's it.
And if he is, should he be suspended? Should his speech be censored?
Mm-hmm.
All of that. It's really going to just be
okay, so part of the things is the questions that they're asking. Should his speech be censored? I mean, there is some stuff I was just like, what are you guys on about? Maybe it was because I was doing other stuff in between that I was just not following properly. That's also why I wanted to diagram, because I'm like, I need to follow this. I need to go into this in autistic detail. And that is a compliment.
an all-encompassing chat, I think.
No, not all I wish, but I wish I had the superpower sometimes of that autistic detail thing.
It's a goal about kind of the nature of free speech. Where does it end? Should it have limits? What does the law say? What does society say? Big tech, all of that. And then all, kind of related to this big incident that everybody is talking about, the weirdest person around constantly, which
Vito?
is Nick Fuentes.
Oh,
Well,
Adam, you see he did a veto. I despise what you say, but I defend your right to say it. Exactly. Ironically, I lean more with Rekieta on free speech. Yeah, I think that a lot of the stuff I'm actually quite aligned with him. Oh, there is buzzing that only happens in your audio occasionally. Oh, that's a fuck up. Just hold on. But thank you for telling me. Let me try and set shit up. I don't know if this will help. Stop, StreamYard! Stop being so full of shit. But I really will appreciate if you just keep letting me know if it does happen again. It was my phone the last time. I think there were several phones. Not causing actually causing the buzzy sound because of the audio. I mean the signal. Put you down here, bitches. Okay. Other electric things. Maybe it'll help. I believe in you, kitty. Thank you, David. I didn't get far enough. But in general, I've noticed Adam's brain shuts down whenever he hears JQ in any context. Yeah, I'm betting that happens here. Well, let's see. Let's see how it goes. I think it was the phone signal actually breaching the cable. Oh, okay. Well, I've moved my phone away, so hopefully. Haven't heard it in years. Yeah, it's because my phone's like right up against the freaking microphone. Okay, guys, let's go. New artist is late. Oh, no. I was thinking about that. I was like, oh, this week, yay. Damn it. Okay. Andrew's talking about his VR. Not VR. His, is it VR? VTuber. Yeah, it's a VTuber thing. It's a worthless topic. Well, they spend a fuckload of time on it. Anyway.
Look, conversation, like all massive objects, are naturally drawn towards Vito.
Look at what they do here. So, I mean, some jokes about Vito as well. I'll just go like this. Just jokes about Vito. Okay. Okay, go.
Oh, ouch. Look at that.
Like, it doesn't hurt any more than his BMI. Okay.
It's fine.
Oh, I don't
He's
know if
like
you guys
Vito
know.
himself.
Be like Vito. He's a nice guy. But he's very outspoken. So
The thing that frustrates
That's kind of awkward. It's like, bro. Sorry if you can hear the screaming children. I try to keep them quiet. Yeah, they go and Nick is just getting mean about Vito, and they're like, yeah, I'm not gonna grace that with a laugh.
me is in person, I get along with him very well. It's funny.
It was a solid joke, but they just didn't want to because they're showing like solidarity with the Vito.
Hang around, very civil, and
Which is fine. It's better than that is enough. You don't have to be like, you don't have to go on the attack and now shut down the whole conversation. Like, if that is social sanctioned when you're not laughing at a person's joke, you're just like Sitch didn't have to go, not cool, bro. That's fat phobic. We like Vito. I'm not going to agree with you. You saw how he laughed at the Nick Fuentes joke.
we just laugh at stuff. But then he goes online, he says shit that just drives me fucking crazy. And I'm like, why can't you excise this from your personality?
is it like a Twitter thing? Everyone seems like the assholeness like ramps up to 10 on Twitter.
Okay, so there's just a little bit of topic here, like Twitter thing. That's all. This is concept mapping, okay?
After you talk to them like on a live stream, and they're like, "Oh, it's a nice conversation."
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is the it's the automatic forced pithiness and brevity of tweets combined with really an insulation from the other person. I mean,
Well, it's like no. I feel like since there's no tone of voice. Like when I read a tweet, you get like it's just like, oh, it sounds so.
Pithiness, forced brevity, pithiness. I think that's true. You get this insulation from the person, and if you are on a live stream, you don't have that. If you're on a live stream, you have hours, so you don't have forced brevity, but you are not insulated. I hope you guys can hear my beautiful keyboard because I love it. Okay. StreamYard has started doing some stuff with audio. Okay, so oopsie, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna have to do like summary versions of this because I like reading chat. I can see it moving and I'm like, oh, what are you guys saying? And yes, it makes the stream longer. It makes me take longer to do the stuff, but fuck that. I like speaking to you guys. What's up? They just had him on his stream and Voodoo was very well behaved, yeah. Citizen journalist. She's just asking every manager. What? David Puff, what I'm wondering is if Adam elephanted away from talking about free speech because it was in the context of the Jewish question. He tends to jump character over abstraction. Well, let's see. Hey, Nape, nice to see you. The 8 wholeness on Twitter wraps up 10 times. I'll be here all week. 10x. Vito isn't well behaved. He just lies better. X is cancer. It's not cancer. It's just it's just like a malignant, not malignant. Damn it. It's a benign mole that irritates you sometimes. I was confused. Rekieta took that logic train too far. It's so far. Look, oh, we need to get there, but we're not going to get there today, guys. We are going to be on some other stuff. Because initially we are talking about elections and stuff. So don't worry. Well, not don't worry, but just enjoy the actual discussion that they do. It seems okay. It seems normal. It seems conversational. But then when they get on the question, yeah. We can hear your keyboard and it's a delight for the ears. Ah, great. What's JQ? Well, somebody, Elon has an X fetish. This is the JQ. It's a command line JSON processor that allows users to slice, filter, map, and transform structured data with ease. Yes, it's a huge, huge nerd question. Yes. Oh, it's called X. How do you do that? That's quite cool. Isn't the okay? So what I also don't know. The Rumble was actually veiled anti-Semitism and hatred to Sitch and Adam, which I found boring and off topic, so didn't end up watching, and I don't actually mind talking about. Yeah, this JQ whatever, as I understand it, and I'm very hands off. I don't know much about it. I don't know much about anti-Semitism at all. Isn't it okay? My vagary of it? Please correct me because I'm going to listen to you. We'll find out here anyway. Is what? Oh, the world is controlled by Jewish people. That's all. That's it. Like that's the conspiracy. This is it. Yeah. That. Isn't it funny that JSON processors hold so much power? I think we should just call it the JSON just while we're on YouTube. Preparing to correct Kitty. Correct me. Go do it. Cool. Let us go.
So angry in your head.
Yeah.
Usually the person's like, oh, they're kind of like laughing when they tweet something out.
Yeah, not mine. I'm angry and masturbating furiously with every tweet.
As you should be.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
That's the only way to tweet, honestly.
Especially my FDR being against leg day joke. That was definitely up there with that. No, but for the record, everyone, Vito has not seen it, but I did send him a message inviting him on the show. I also would understand if Vito wouldn't want to come on because the chat will be brutal to him, I'm sure.
The chat is brutal already to Sitch and Adam, so why not? And actually, they were calling Vito all kinds of things that Sitch and Adam were not being called. So I guess, but that's Vito's own fault, isn't it?
But I don't want to like.
Also, don't know much about him. No, you fuck.
He happens to me.
Oh,
I didn't make him see it, but I sent him the invite. So if he pops into the show, we will gladly bring him on and entertain his ideas because I just disagree with some of the stuff.
Mhm.
And we'll start talking about
Sitch
this.
does a lot of but he's not doing the Pearl where Pearl goes just so that she can have a response. It's just that maybe I become more sensitive to it because of Pearl. So I'm sorry. I was distracted. I'm gonna go rest for a bit. I'm tired and I need some rest. Y'all have fun. Thanks, Item. You enjoy your rest. You deserve it. Stitch and Adam chat can be mean-spirited too. Rekieta himself seems to have stayed friendly unless I missed something. No, he stayed friendly, fine. He got frustrated, but he was not ugly. Kite is scuffed stream, or SS for short. No, scuffed streamer gives you scuffed stream. S is for Sitch. And S is for I'm an SS officer. Anyway,
just a minute. But I want to take an opportunity to get to know you guys because I know of you guys through Twitter. I know you have your show on YouTube. My understanding is that we're not necessarily politically aligned, but we tend to approach topics with pretty good faith. And so we would have disagreements. And a lot of people have told me that we'd have good conversation. But can you tell me a little bit about yourselves and your channel and what you guys do?
So you see, I wasn't the only one political. I wasn't the only one that thought that they would be a good fit to talk to. But then again, there are some loonies. Nick knows no. Have been told. Wait. Not necessarily political. Politically. Oh my god. Aligned. Why did I do that? Aligned, but being told. What is it? But tend to approach topics with pretty good faith to, well, basically, to speak. Because both good faith. So let's see at which part we're going to be tracking. Track the good faith. Because we're judgmental that way. Okay. No, you fuck. Sorry. I know there's a shortcut, but I still don't do it properly. Not necessarily. Okay, cool. Okay. Which Sitch and Adam stream is this from? No, this is Rekieta's stream. Nick Rekieta. They appeared on his stream. Yeah, that's kind of Vito's own fault defending pedos are going on about how much you like cuties. Yeah, that's why people were calling him Vito, pedo, and all of that. We run a comedy show. Okay. Nick's stream is adamantly free speech, and they don't like people that try to get anyone banned over it. You see, the thing is, Sitch and Adam are coming in there. They really are not going too hard. It doesn't seem like they're... I don't know if these people just expected Sitch and Adam to be libtards, and then they ascribed all libtard thinking to them. So it was just tribalism, and that's why they started that way. So when they do get to some stuff that actually shows that they are definitely not libtards, there is no, like, they can't be. Okay, so we have the people who think that, okay, Sitch and Adam disagree with Nick Rekieta, therefore they are libtards. Okay, then when we find some points that not libtards don't have, that should make them reconsider Sitch and Adam, but they don't. So it does. The tribalism is quite interesting to see from the outside, because you're like, guys, they really are centrists, but okay.
Sure. I mean, both. I guess me and Adam kind of had a similar journey. We were both, pretty far in the liberal bubble for many years, most of our lives, and then, when all the woke stuff kind of hit, we kind of were like, "What the hell's going on here?" I thought the left was supposed to be free speech. You've heard this, this journey a million times from a million different people. We kind of went through that same journey. Though I feel like a lot of people, when they kind of went down that pathway of, like, they used to be on the left, they either become kind of like right wing, or they become a socialist somehow. It's like a very weird pathway.
Yeah, it's like a bifurcated funnel.
Yeah, it's like
okay. So I thought the left. So basically, both of us were realized the way it should be. You've heard this from a million people several times, 100 times. Just hold on. What are you at 200 for? Jesus. Okay. Why would it move that way? Okay, where are we at? 543. Okay, either become kind of like right wing, or they become a socialist. Somehow it's very weird pathway. Okay. They used to be, they either become right wing . Okay. So yeah, you see, it's just normal discussion now. It's just, oh, this is where we're at. This is our experiences. Let's go.
Okay, here are your two choices. Right winger. Me and Hannah were like, okay, why don't we just kind of like try to exist in a enlightened centrist, that dirty fence sitter, enlightened centrist, try to be as non-tribal realm as possible. So that's what we're kind of like trying to advocate for right now. I mean,
okay, so now Sitch goes, Adam goes, scum, what do you mean by libtard? Yeah, I mean, it's SJW. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. Whereas, because yes, remember when being a liberal was being a liberal? Now being a liberal is being a leftist. So yes, I have actually started using the term that the opposition has used for itself. They're like, no, we're just liberals. Like, no, you're not. You're libtards. No, you've taken it. You were on the left, and you went left. So that's what I mean. Yeah. Keyboard sounds like an old 90s keyboard, but underwater. Well, Nape, it's a mechanical, okay? And that's what I wanted to sound like. Okay. Oh, jeez. Getting hot now. Okay. Advocate content. Wait. So enlightened fence sitter. So now what I was going to say is Adam, from what I listened to this morning, he gets a little bit like, hey, listen here, we're not fence sitters. It's like, okay, Sitch is just playing the game and saying he's bringing the insult out before other people bring it and put it on top of him. It's just sort of, it's part of like self-deprecating. Like he's just laughing. He's making a joke.
And most of our content that we cover is, we'll watch a lot of generally like really woke socialist gobbledygook videos, and we'll deconstruct them, kind of
Sure.
like an EFAP thing, but for political videos.
I don't
Okay.
think the fence sitter moniker is actually
See.
fair because
Why? That's
Well,
I'm
no,
just
well,
using the.
look.
And I think also people are then they are unfamiliar. What I want to see later on is how people are unfamiliar with streamers that are, I don't know. This is in my opinion, in my experience, I suppose, that when two people are a team, when they co-hosts, they don't disagree as often as Sitch and Adam will disagree with each other, and or they'll try and cover up their disagreements. And make it seem like, oh, we didn't just disagree, or like people think that disagreement between co-hosts means weakness, when all it means is diversity of opinion. Hello. So it happens a couple times. Here's just a small tiny bit, but and Sitch isn't trying to just build the bridge. Oh, okay, cool. Oh no, we're not disagreeing. It's just like he's just like, okay, Adam, we don't need to get into that. That's not how I meant it, kind of thing. But you see, I don't know if Nick isn't used to, maybe not used to them, so he doesn't know how often they disagree, or that it's not a big deal if Adam says, well, actually, it's not a big deal. It's not something to be awkward about when like you're witnessing two friends fight or anything like that. That's why I think Nick goes, oh, because he's like, oh, let's see if they're going to fight.
Negative, like an EFAP thing, gobbledygook. What kind of centrist? Try to exist in a enlightened centrist. That dirty fence sitter.
Okay, so I'm going to first say enlightened centrist. Try to exist. Enlightened centrist. But then I'll put the separate thing, the enlightened thing in. Okay, they aren't far apart in where they disagree. They're more agreeable than disagreeable. I think they get out of hand. They were talking past it. Yeah, that's the thing. They were talking past one another. One was attempting to ascertain a legal threshold at Rumble, and others attempting to talk about psychology. It was annoying and dumb. The amount of talking past each other was annoying and dumb to me. It was. Because it was we couldn't stay in one person's frame of mind. It was always like stepping out of it. We'll see exactly the mechanisms of it. Blaine, a man of culture, I see. What did you do? Mac John Tron. Oh, you guys. Oh boy. What's up, Jay? Yeah, so I mean they are not that far apart. But you know what? The thing that makes them seem so far apart on there is literally if you went and if you read the chat, you'd be like, "Geez, but Nick is just," and then they're like, "Oh, Nick's getting frustrated." It's like, yeah, he's getting frustrated because this is a frustrating conversation. They're not reaching each other. It has nothing to do with them being like, "Oh, stupid" and whatever. They were accusing Sitch and Adam of being stupid. I was like, "Get the fuck out." Okay. It feels like most political internet people hear someone describe themselves as a centrist and think that the person is actually an apologist for the opposing team. Oh, well, yeah, it's if you are not with us, then you are against us. And if you're only with us in a few little bits, that means you're against us. It means you're not with us. That's it. We are very extreme in our supposedly tolerant political discourse. Enlightened fence sitter, lol. Okay, cool. Gosh, this is gonna. I need to get back into the habit of doing just S because I'm keeping Sitch and Adam. I was keeping Sitch and Adam the same color. It might be helpful, might be easier. But now I'm reconsidering. Do I change it? Sitch can be blue. He likes blue, doesn't he? It's very important. He'll have to. Oh, shame. I'm sorry that he has to have like turquoisey blue. So anyway, I'm going to try to keep the continuous editing too low so we can actually get to the juicy stuff. This is not juicy, I know, but it's still it's still examining absolutely every bit of their behavior. So that's what I like doing. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Paste the style. Paste. Oh, fuck. Okay. Adam's shorts are blue. Sitch is blue, Adam's red. They're unofficial Discord flares. Sitch is blue, Adam is red. Okay, Adam will be red. I should know that. There you go. But no, Pearl is red. God damn. I don't off the back of Pearl. Ugh. But anyway, it's fine. This is a new day. It's a new diagram. Adam has no shorts. It's an illusion. Adam, yeah. Adam is just he's just a torso. He's like PewDiePie. Okay. Make Adam pimp. Make Adam pimp. He is a pimp. Okay.
Enlightened centrist, try to be as non-tribal realm
We're not even 6 minutes in, just by the way.
as possible.
We've been here an hour.
So that's what we're kind of like trying to advocate for right now. I mean, most of our content that we cover is, we'll watch a lot of generally like really woke socialist gobbledygook videos, and we'll deconstruct them. Kind of it's like an EFAP thing, but for political videos.
I don't think the fence sitter moniker.
Sorry, I just want to finish this. Generally, EFAP political. Mostly left. And this is where what makes me also people think, oh, they're so leftist. It's like, no, actually, a lot of the time they're pointing out the stupidity of leftists. So relax. That's why they've got a lot of right-wing people in their right-leaning people in their. There is a certain piece of hair, okay, that's fucking me off, and I need to get rid of it because I know it's there. Okay. Anyway, I'm wrong. His shorts are red. Are they red? Okay, I'm not looking at his shorts. I ain't seen no shorts. The thumbs up is red, not it's orange. What? Anyways, enjoy the stream. See you guys. Bye, Nico. Fucking, there we go. It's gone. It's gone. What's the Adam's red shorts mean? They're just his favorite comfy shorts. Well, yeah, they are red. They're definitely red. Duh, that is a meme. Worst fan ever. Okay, I fixed my hair, guys. I'm very happy. Now I can go. Okay, generally evaporating mostly leftist. Okay, so now we're going to just be here. Where's the lol? Okay. Fence sitting Monica. Fence sitter Monica. Monica. I see you guys. You've posted Sitch Chan with red, with whatever. Sitch Chan, and now you've CPaffy is saving Sitch Chan to his phone. Okay. Anyway, dismiss. Don't read your fucking stuff. Okay. You guys can't do this to me. I have attention problems. She says, trying to hang on every word of an entire conversation. Okay, fence sitter Monica.
Is actually fair because
why? That's I'm just using the
Woo.
negative.
We always take
joking
positions.
stereotype.
Look, I'm pro-choice. I'm not.
Sitch is like, bruh, I was joking. I was joking. It's not really important, but I will put the commentary bit in here. Seems Nick is interested in the two co-hosts disagreeing on something. It would be interesting because if fundamentally, I don't know if you guys can see it. Okay, I'll zoom in a little. You guys can see my beautiful handwriting because it's handwriting, okay? Because I use my fingers. It would be interesting if they disagreed on what the content is like fundamentally, but no, it's just a joke. Do we take that Adam has entered in a state of debate? Does this mean, Adam, does this mean or was he just trying to be clear? Both? Okay, there you go. So that's basically what I'm trying to say is, did they do that? Did Adam come in? Is Adam the one that got into the disagreement the most with Nick on Twitter? If you guys know the law, because I don't. And lore, because I'm English-ish. I'm proto. What did thingy call me? Fake British. Anyway. Oh yeah, this also got to be copy style. Okay. Consider Monica unfair. Okay, I will try to keep it really is difficult to keep color coding as I go. It's easier later on to do it if I put my little letters in. But I guess if we persevere, it'll be fine. Okay. Cool. Proto-British, Proto-American. True. What did Nilo do? Everyone believes in magic until they know how it's done. Oh, magic of marriage, for example, kind of hard to find a better word that it means the same things. Oh, are you guys talking about Sargon? Nobody, chat. Yeah, shh. You're confusing Kitty, as if she needs anything more confusing than life itself.
Look, I have a position on abortion. So
Right.
I'm not sitting on the fence. I'm not like not taking positions on things.
Mm-hmm.
So the fence sitter moniker kind of makes it seem like as though you're not taking a position or you're trying to stay in the middle, which I think is a mischaracterization of centrism. I think centrism is, you have positions on both the left and right of the political spectrum. I think classically people call themselves center right or center left because they have more positions on the right or more positions on the left. But the idea that you're a fence sitter, it's like very schoolish.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was actually something we spoke about, whether centrism, when we did a think on centrism, we were like, whoever thinks of it as you just try and stay in the middle and not take a position, that's wrong. It means that you consider both sides at least. You don't just go, I'm left and that's it, or I'm right and that's it. So that's kind of the conclusion we came to there as well. We did use a Sitch and Adam video as well, a clip to talk about it in any case. So of course we're going to say what they say because we agree. Mischaracterization of centrism. It's having left positions from the left. Okay, and the right. Here goes center left, center right. They have more positions on the right than the yeah. Please refer to Dorcas diagram for the center left, center right discussion. It is in our thinkers doing a think on centrism. The links there, but it's also in the Discord. Go and check. It's having positions from the left, it's from the right. Yeah. What else was he saying? Oh, yeah, center left. used to denote. Go away. Okay. Edma explains it backwards. Sitch admit freely where what he calls centrism is just liberalism. Well, he just did say, I agree over here. So he just didn't add the liberal name tag, I suppose. Okay. Okay, that's good. Trying not to transcript this, but it's difficult.
By Q take by most
So
people.
you're not on the fence about being a fence sitter. You're definitively.
I am definitively.
I think that's a
not
joke. I'm
fence
not gonna.
sitter. Exactly.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Okay, I'll put. The note basically will be good-naturedness. Like it's still quite nice. We're noting happiness. Oh, you're not. Lol, you're not. That's a joke I would have made. Nice one. Okay, and just a note of making nice. Actually repeats. Because now we're going to look at how they do change the way that they interact with each other. So he's repeating Adam's points to him in a joking way. It's just a way of saying, okay, whether or not he agrees, it's just showing he understands. Actually repeats Adam. Joke shows understood Adam. Okay. Green is so far away. God damn. Okay. Let's go. Let's continue. Wow, 7 minutes.
Gotcha. Well, I do want to posit the possibility that there actually is a third realm from going from liberal bubble. You said, kind of right wing, or you can go socialist, right?
Okay, so this is over here. Camera out ring. Okay, so he wants to posit something. There is a third one. And this is just Nick being funny, I think. I don't really know. Actually, let's see what I don't know where he takes this, but I do remember going, ha.
Right? Are you familiar with a man named Jack Murphy?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Unfortunately.
I'm not sure I want to go to the cuck bubble.
I'm just.
So is that the guy? That's the thing. Yeah, there we go. So posit a third road. Jack Murphy. Yeah. There we go. So he just does another. There's more jokes. Let's actually, we could keep track of the kind of jokes and the tone of the joke. So it's like the expense of other people. Let's see if it gets ugly. I don't think it does. It doesn't get ugly. It just gets frustrated. They and I think Nick in the in his post debate thing, he's like, they're still nice guys. It's the chat that made it seem like this epic battle. Jack Murphy wrote is too sticky. Ew. Like I might just be hallucinating. What's this? Okay, I'm not gonna. I say that I'll go and hey Dorcas. I'll say that I'll go and read your guys' chat properly later on, but it's for the life of me to try and get the freaking timestamps done. Anyway, making nice jokes understood it in the kicker.
Saying there is a third route. It involves having your legs up here.
Yes.
Talking about college boy
completely
buttholes.
different kind of sitter.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That was pretty good. So then yeah, I'll just making joke. Just put another More joke making. Good times. Because they're all collaborating on the joke. Look at them go. Fun times. It's beautiful. Look, it's all color coded still. Okay, Nick is gonna ride that Jack Murphy train to his grave. Sorry, side quest. No, I'm not gonna go on that side quest with you guys. You guys enjoy it. You're better off not engaging with these sickos in chat. Oh, you're just pure. Hey, mysterious stranger, you're just a pure person in chat. But thank you. I agree. Absolute degenerates. Okay.
Oh no. Oh my god. Okay, so you guys do this sort of e-fapping of now. Am I fairly characterizing this by saying you take these sort of politically left-leaning videos, you e-fap them into the realm of like, I'm a reasonable
We've done right-wing
liberal.
videos too. We did
Oh, that's
January
good.
6th. Yeah. We did
Wait
the
a minute. What do you mean
January
you did
6th.
January
We
6th?
did. Me.
Okay. That's another. They're still making jokes. Wait, do I want that here? Oh, here. I want it to go. So EFAP, so you guys can see that. EFAP leftist. So that's basically what it's saying. Left-leaning video, you EFAP them into the realm of like, I'm a, yeah, the realm of reasonable leftism. Okay, also done. Okay, also just want to say he is asking, am I characterizing you correctly? I wonder, let's oh, whoa, disagree. Okay, so you go here. Thank you. Pimple popping is a South African pastime. Yes, it is, totally. Statistically, she should be fine. It's not that large of a chat. Who knows? Pimple popping, no, not you. Vincent, what's up? TMI, and I know some people into pimping. You know what, guys? Such as my sister. You're related to one of us? You're related to a popaholic? Ha! That's what you get. Guys, get over it. Okay.
Adam, we committed.
Probably.
January 6th.
Oh yeah, they make more jokes about it. Like we've done right. Okay, more joke. Okay, working together for fun.
We did.
Hello,
we
FBI.
we
I've got
covered
'em.
the January 6th hearings in
Yes.
to spite the consternation of many of our right-wing audience.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
We watched the hearings, the C-SPAN hearings, and it was, fascinating. We use the lens of selectorate theory on our show a lot, a very famous book called The Dictator's Handbook.
Imagine reading.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's this
Says the lawyer whose like whole life is reading.
TBG Gray video that a lot of people have seen called Rules for Rulers. So I think that's where most people are familiar with the ideas from. But everything that was taking place during the January 6th hearings just played into that world, that lens of looking at the world so neatly that obviously we wanted to cover it. So
Okay, I think I'll just say mentioning mentions books and lenses. I'm just going to put here the books, and just in case, because that's what the evidence that this chat is given of him. Played the CBG selector therapy. What therapy theory? Selectorate. What's selectorate? Theory. Dictators. He is also mentioning against the right-wing side of the that thing over there. That's another little clue or something that makes people think that that Sitch and Adam are leftists. Possible signal. Because a lot of people were being disparaging and kind of saying like, oh, they're trying to be right and say they're centrist, but they're just leftist. So there was such tribalism. I'm not going back down into that chat though. Let's stay away from it. There's only just let's take in the bits that are important, which is the three minds here. Okay. Adam offered, right out of the gate, we see a difference in epistemology. Adam offered political, psychological arguments. Nick will engage back with legal, ethical standards. Yeah, this is, so we got to see how this continues throughout. Oh, God, I can't copy paste from there. I'm just going to have to just go right out of, okay. I'm sorry, you guys have to watch me type this. Okay. I wish I had V who could just type. Romanian TV, he types very fast. Okay, so you could just be my little typist. Oh yeah, let me put Nihilo in there. That's what she said. I submit. You will never see this gap bridged and only talked around. That's what they all say. What? It is why both parties will interact and not engage in certain hypotheticals. Yeah, they go to the top of the hypothetical and fuck around with that instead of just can we engage with the fucking hypothetical? Okay, I submit that. Like, also, if you're going to engage with what I kept saying is like, just use an if statement, guys. If you don't want to talk about a certain kind of hypothetical, give the hypothetical they're asking you about, and then say, this is how, if you look at it, say, if you look at it through this lens, then blah, blah, blah. In which case, there's actually not much more you can do. Class action lawsuits by patrons need to be brought against AMC Theatre for sabotaging Sound of Freedom. Okay, Gabby. I don't know about that. That's a Rumble chat there. How would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast? Exactly, Lucy. I think I tried to ask that question in chat. I was like, I worded it wrong. I was like, oh, you don't even know what that means. Just get the fuck out, Shinse. Okay, anyway. I submit you will never... Yeah, British. Okay, I've that's the end of that. I think I just typed that out of memory, so it's probably not verbatim. Okay. Give one take on what? Oh, poison. What? Adam is talking about something upstream of Nick's point. Nick is the flat earther shouting how flat his backyard is. Okay, so we know where you're at, Poison Blades. Everyone jinxing. Okay. Oh yeah, I somebody in chat on Sunday stream, I jinxed in Sitch and Adam's chat. Okay, anyway.
Sure.
Like Trump trying to put together a winning coalition with these fake electors. Obviously, those people, I guess, were charged recently, maybe today or yesterday.
They're charged yesterday in Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this how they get on that? Because there's a whole swath of this that I'm like, America. Don't know fuck all about that. Hello, Aaron. Aaron is on Rumble. Hi. Look, I'm there too. Hey, Ron. Just hold on. So I'm trying to think where this will go. I think this might be the next topic. Get to know Sitch and Adam. So this is now, I think we might have to, people I guess were charged. Winning coalition. So, okay. I'm just going to do Trump here. And elections. Okay, that's the new topic we're going from. Rumble's good for political stuff. Yeah, we are going to... Oh, Lucy's also on Rumble. Ooh, everybody's having a party in the Rumble chat. Too bad StreamYard doesn't speak Rumble yet. Tried setting up the channel here. Oh, then I need to actually go to you. And follow. Everybody follow Aaron. So you can put the... Like, you can get all the tech stuff, but I'm sure we will get... tried setting up tech channel here. Man, it's barely got anything. Yeah, it's very strange that the political stuff gets a lot of things. But just go... Yeah, people need to go to Rumble for normal videos now. It's starting to get there. But it's just the user interface and things that people don't really enjoy. So they really only go there unless they really have to. And that's going back to about this thing. We're doing the YouTube section now. But when we get to the Rumble section, we will only be streaming on Rumble. So everybody in chat right now, y'all going to have to go over to Rumble if you're still interested in this in the next 2 weeks, because we're probably still going to be on the YouTube one for a couple more streams. Anyway, the notifications are shut. What, the emails as well? Like, oh God. Cool Kids Corner. Ooh, Lady Cameron. Yeah, look at us. Rumble has Leafy. Yeah, and Rice Gum, if you still watch him. And everybody that you watch on YouTube is also putting stuff up on Rumble. So just do it. I was on Rumble a lot more until Steven Crowder fucked up. And I'm happy with him. Okay. Duck Rumble. Duck Rumble? You get it? You got me? You got my dad joke? Cool. Put in your community thing from your channel so that people know. I should. Thank you, Nihilo. I actually think my last link, I had a BitChute in there, and my BitChute, I can't connect to it anymore. I actually need to message those people. Is our debate delayed? No, it's not. It's not delayed. It's just we're, like I've said, in the next few episodes. I might actually, our debate thing is going to be a normal Tuesday, but then I might just continue this on a Wednesday or something like that. Anyway, maybe my name's lamer because it was available. Doesn't allow for multiple accounts with the same name. Some jerk took mine already. Oh, there is a Lord Cameron. Oh, shame. My lady. Anyway. Wrong bird. I meant cock. Stop, Calvin. Okay, anyway. Yeah, Calvin's going to be upset because he'll also only have one account. Okay. Let's go. This is the bit. This bit is for me. So let's see if you guys can just educate me with some stuff. Otherwise, I mean, the point is actually what I'm paying attention to here is how they are talking to each other, and they don't seem to talk past each other. They just talk. So at the moment,
16 of them are, I believe, or it was 16 felonies or 16 people. I think it was 16 people, including the slate of alternate electors. And
okay, so the ideas, but they're like taking place during the January 6 hearings, played into the lens of looking at the world so neatly that obviously we wanted to cover it, like Trump trying to pull together a winning coalition. So January hearings, right? Okay, Trump trying to put also just to publicly thank Andrew for the shout out that he gave Benjamin the Dream Wizard and I on Sitch and Adam. He did a super chat and told everybody there about our episode that's coming out on Thursday. So there you'll be able to see my interesting dream and what it might mean. That's on Thursday. It will be like mid-think that it will come out. So we've got to think about that. Maybe we watch it together. I don't know. But we would rather want to watch. Well, we'll be in the premiere anyway. Editing. Okay. Thanks, Andrew. You're the best. He is. I never got my dream interpreted. That means I'm a fraud. That man is a fraud. Why? Did you give him your dream? Did you talk to him? Do Kitty dream of mice? Sometimes. I know mine do. And those guys do, not me. I think it's because I take my ears off when I go to sleep. Not these ones that, He spoke to him twice and he didn't. No, I don't agree. But Kitty's dream is about never-ending diagram. That would be beautiful. You'll see what it's about. Trump trying to put together a winning coalition. People charged with it recently. There were charges brought. Okay, this is really okay. Just continue. 16, and then that. So now he's collaborating. Actually, there is like these fake put together winning coalitions with these fake electors. Obviously, let's see this
put together so neatly that obviously we wanted to cover it. So.
Sure.
Like Trump trying to put together a winning coalition with these fake electors. Obviously, those people, I guess, were charged recently, maybe today or yesterday.
They're charged yesterday.
fake electors, and there it's collaboration because like. Okay, I will just add here. In the discussion when things happened. Now I'm on a freaking Indiana Jones adventure. What? I used to have a school. Oh, are you having adventures in your dreams? I noticed dreams change when you switch environments. A school army setting dreams. Yes, I had mine school. I had mine in school all the time, and then I changed environments, and that did change. My episode was more of a discussion of moral philosophy. Oh, you can talk about anything with him. Andrew is the man, panda, or whatever we are this week. Well, he is this week. He's waiting. That's what he is. He's waiting for his what do you call it? His avatar to be completed.
Yesterday in Michigan.
Yeah.
16 of them are, I believe, or it was 16 felonies or 16 people. I think it was 16 people, including the slate of alternate electors and then a couple people who participated in the drive towards it. Mm-hmm. It's possible that Trump will get charged in relation to them or other of those slates of electors once the grand jury comes out on the 24th. Now, I have a quick question for you. What do you guys feel about dropping felony fraud charges on these people who signed up to be alternate electors in Michigan?
Okay, cool. So that is at least a nice concrete question. Of course, Nick has more to offer in this conversation because he's a lawyer. So I think that's what actually gets discussed. But it's still a conversation opener, still following it. They're still talking. This is before the shit show occurs. So hang on to your butts. Okay, just hold on. Gotta go. Filipino artists are here. People who rely on the money and can make a living off of it. What's this? Not one damned response. Okay, Nilo, I described a very detailed dream about my penis growing out of control to the point I had to throw it over my shoulder and cut parts off to put. Oh, it sounds like, oh, you know what it sounds like? Oh, you were trolling and that's why. Or you need to convince him that you're not trolling by being nice to him. Anyway, cool. Let's go. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, Butters. I think everybody will be saying the same thing when they hear my dream.
Well, I don't know enough about the specific facts because I remember at the time I thought they claimed
it's not a goddamn troll. Fuck you. Okay, well then, what is the? Shall we do it? We can do it right now. We can talk about this. When does your dream come out? Oh, on Thursday it comes out. No trolling in chat. Troll elsewhere. But no, I'm sure that there would be a lot of interpretation that he is able to give you for something like that. If I can, he definitely could. So maybe he's just not understanding that it's for real. And maybe he's scared, I mean, like worried that maybe you're pulling his leg and he would rather speak to someone who takes his stuff seriously. So don't call him a fraud. Just try and make friends. That's what I would recommend.
That they were told like, oh, you just like sign this paperwork and if we can use it and if it's legal, we'll use it. And if not, we won't. Was that
so
what happened?
Is
that what they're claiming happened?
I would assume that
I remember at the time
charges on these people who signed up to being felony fraud charge. What do you guys feel about dropping felony fraud charges the 24th? Now I have a quick question for you. What do you the 24th? Now I have a quick question for you. What do you guys feel about dropping felony fraud charges on these people who signed up to be alternate electors in Michigan?
Well, I don't know enough about the specific facts because I remember at the time I thought they claimed that they were told like, oh, you just like sign this paperwork and if we can use it and if it's legal, we'll use it. And if not.
Okay, so this very much you need to remember that Sitch has said he doesn't know all the facts. So this is just him going on. That's a good thing when you're talking, just to say, listen, this is what I know about it, and if I'm wrong, then he's ready to be corrected. Okay, and Sitch will go. I don't know enough about the specific facts. Okay, they claim they were told. Okay, this is going to be copy-paste stuff. Happened. Legal paperwork, and if we can use it, it's legal. Thought they claimed that they were told to sign paperwork, and we can use it, and if it's legal, we'll use it. Okay, cool. Let's go.
No, we won't. Was that what happened? Is that what they're claiming happened?
Okay, is that what happened? So, okay, more collaboration. Questions back and forth. Okay, so we're still not in the shit show. Sorry, guys, you have to deal with me formatting. Anyway, continue.
I would assume that would be the claim, but let's say this, just because I'm curious on people's positions on this, because I know how I feel. But what if they knew what they were doing? They're like, we're going to be an alternative roster of electors because we believe that Michigan was improperly counted. And so we're going to send this to the vice president in the hopes that he will make the determination that we're the proper electors when he reads the votes. So like, let's take the premise that that's what they did. They did knowing
Right.
that
Intentional. Right.
Yeah. They're like, we're going to say that we are the proper electors based on the election results that we believe happened. Do we, is that a crime of fraud?
Okay, so he's asking, is it a crime of fraud? We're going to say that we are the proper, we're going to say elected the proper. That we are the proper electors based on the election results that we believe happened. Legally, I think Trump had grounds that cases were dismissed on procedural grounds, meaning they just did not want to look into the case. I think Trump had grounds and the cases were dismissed on procedural grounds. Okay. So was that what people got upset about? Oh, Nihilo admits he was trolling? Yeah, well, I mean, okay, anyway. Look, some people do think that dream interpretation is not worth looking at or things like that, but that's not really what's going on in Benjamin's case. He's not trying to tell you your future or anything like that about it. But I'm not going to get further into this because if you don't like the dream interpretation discussion, it's fine. You don't have to. Okay. This is not what we're here to talk about.
that should be charged and prosecuted?
I mean, I'm assuming that's against the law. I don't know what the law is.
So here, that's quite interesting because he is now saying he's asking, what do you think of it? And Sitch goes, well, here's the legal. If we're going nihilo back to your thing of, okay, Nick is looking for the legal standpoint, and the others will be going on the psychological and social. But he has here asked about the morality of it, or no, he hasn't asked about the morality. He asked, what do you think of the charges? So you can give an either or. And what Sitch has done is said, if it's against the law, it's illegal. So that's his opinion on it. And I don't know if Nick now wants to solicit the personal opinion, the psychological, social. Okay, is it a crime of fraud if they... Okay, believe that happened. So...
electors based on the election results that we believe happened. Is that a crime of fraud that should be charged and prosecuted?
I mean, I'm assuming that's against the law. I don't know what the law is that they're violating there.
Assuming it's against the law. So that does mean that his answer would be, if it's against the law, then yeah, there would be charges, which is a very logical way of thinking about it, especially when you don't know anything about the law, if you admittedly don't know what's going on.
But I would assume that's not legal, right?
Well, I don't know. That's the question, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that is the question we're asking you.
Because so the law they're charged with is I think might even be forgery. It's like forging a document for the purpose of interfering in an election. Okay,
so which law? So it's answering. So we're collaborating here because Sitch doesn't know the answers, so he's asking for more information. Perfectly fine. We're collaborating. Yay! More questions back and forth. So Sitch wants to. Sorry, it's actually Nick who goes. Forging documents for the purpose Rekieta will raise a great point. Dems had legal teams up the wazoo to raise a big stink about election integrity. If Trump won, Republicans were caught with their pants down politically. Oh, legally, you mean? Hey, final caught one of these live. It's been loving the VODs. Oh, thanks, Soup. Glad to see you here. Thank you for making it. It's always fun having people live. The VODs, I know, are tough to get through, especially because I'm always talking to chat. But no, yeah, I am still supposed to cut them down and make videos of them to make it easier for you to get through some stuff. But I'm glad you're here because it is a lot more fun with chat. That's a mirror you're looking at. What's this? Oh. Calvin and Nilo in the chats going insane at each other. That's fun. I saw a guy, I said gay. That's an absolute... Okay, guys. You know what? They can continue amongst themselves, but if they start getting mean, then mods can do mod things. But Calvin's a mod, so... So yeah, Nilo was right. Sitch does not really address the legal arena. It keeps talking about the larger ethics and political philosophy. Rekieta keeps on his legal arguments. Q, zero progress. Yeah, I think it's important to, but I think you could have both, couldn't you? You can still have both and see the interest between the two different things. That's great. But no, we just
In crime?
Wow.
So here's my problem. I mean, you have problems with the intent and all that stuff. Like,
Right.
what are they manifesting the criminal intent to defraud or, interfere with an election? But I go, okay, if I take these people at face value and I say they genuinely believe that there was interference in Michigan and they genuinely believe that there should be an alternative slate of electors that should be read if Michigan decides to go with the alternative slate of electors, do we charge them with a crime?
Well,
to
how
me,
do
that seems far, right?
how do the
So, but he's actually asking a moral question here, moral legal question. Nick is he's merging the two by saying whether we do charge them with the crime. He's saying it's too far. So they are very much the same thing for him a lot of the time. So Gordon, are you clothed? Okay. A lot of the time they are the same thing for him, so it makes sense that he actually doesn't. We'll see how it goes, because they do refer to the moral versus legal. They do refer to it. Sitch has an idea of the meta of the conversation, and he does go, oh, okay, you're looking at it in this way and I'm looking at it in that way. And even having that knowledge, it doesn't help them. They still stay in their line. It's quite interesting. Okay, my favorite part of the chat was when Stranger said it's wrenching time and wrenched all over the chat. What was that hand movement? Give me a salute. No, it was not. It was me covering the camera in case Gordon was, what's her name? In case Gordon was not clothed for you guys. Okay, anyway, forging a document for the purpose of interfering with an election. Do we charge the crime with a crime? If people, so I'm going to actually say, if people truly believe fraud, people at face value, they genuinely believe there was interference in, okay, there is election interference. If people truly believe there was election interference and that led, and that's right, and they did they So if the people truly believe that there was election interference and they did this to overcome that interference, genuinely, do we charge them with a crime? Seems far. That's what Nick's opinion is. Okay. And I think it is due to say, like, moral versus legal coming together in this question. Because I do think that that's well, Nick is asking about whether it's a good thing to charge and try these people. Like, that's very much outside of legal. Very much outside. It's like above legal. We're looking down at the legal system and saying, is this a good thing or not? So there we have an example of Nick outside of that. So he's very capable of saying whether a law is moral or immoral, whether, so let's see.
How are the electors supposed to be chosen, right? Isn't it the whoever wins the state, they choose the electors, right?
The states define it by their own law. Typically what they do is the popular vote winner of the state generally their team will select the electors. Those electors will then be submitted to cast their electoral votes. Technically, there's no like federal law requirement here. This is entirely state law under the Constitution. They
They're being
don't
charged a state, right? State crime.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. They are. My understanding is this is a state crime within Michigan that they're charged with, which is again forging a document for the purposes of interfering with an election.
Mhm.
But my question is, I have such a complex look at this fucking election stuff because whatever people believe about the election, I think becomes irrelevant. It's always what the actors involved believe about what they're doing.
Right.
So if they believe, and I think we can say it's a reasonable belief, because millions and millions of people believe there was election fuckery, whether there was or not. Millions of people believe it. I think we could say reasonable people can come to that conclusion. So if they
Oh God, reasonable people is obviously because it's such a legal term. It's always in the air, and reasonable reasonable legally and reasonable colloquially. You know, there are different standards. So you can see, yeah, you can see that the overlap there. We haven't spoken about what reasonable means yet, so let's see.
reasonably believe that the election in Michigan was improperly done and that there should be an alternative slate of electors, then I don't see how we charge them with a felony crime for attempting to exercise their political will. I mean, they can't. It's not like they duped them. Like this is the real one. Wink. Like I you know what I'm saying?
Well, I guess
Okay, so what is happening here? Adam's approach might work either way. What's this? One of my closest friends is a lawyer, and apparently they all find reasonable person one of the muddier terms. Yeah. Legal arguments are hard to pass as laymen, me included. Yeah, sorry, it's very bad. I'm not German, Butters. Gordon! Oh, shit. Hold up. There's food for you in the microwave. I made you sandwiches. What did you order? For yourself. Can I have the tuna mayo then? Can you give it to me, please? I'll just have dinner then. I made it for you. Look at that. Look at the beautiful bun. The whole. Okay. Food time. Gordon, food. No, he went and he ordered PF Chang's. A plus trad what? Tuna mayo sandwich for dinner. Mm-hmm. Someone's got to eat this. I'm not leaving tuna mayo overnight. Gross. Stop! Oh, it's because of the space bar. Wasn't even sarcastic. Oh, good. Anyway, what is he trying to say here? What that these mechanisms are Americans? Please tell me these mechanisms are supposed to be used the way that they were used in this election discussion. I want to go over it again.
Believe about
so that I
what
can
they're
eat.
doing.
right.
So if they believe, and I think we can say it's a reasonable belief, because millions and millions of people believe there was election fuckery, whether there was or not. Millions
I made this. I made it for him, and now I'm eating it.
of people believe it. I think we could say reasonable people can come to that conclusion. So if they reasonably believe that the election in Michigan was improperly done and that there should be an alternative slate of electors, then I don't see how we charge them with a felony crime for attempting to exercise their political will. I mean,
Okay. Couldn't we make any election fraud talking about, isn't anyone who's trying to be fraudulent in an election situation executing their, exercising their political will in a way that we're not sanctioned, that's not sanctioned?
Can't, it's not like they duped them, like they this is the real one, wink, like I you know what I'm saying?
Well, I guess the question would be, because I don't know exactly what they're being charged with and what the actual law says, but because like the question would be, like they would know, even if they personally believe that there was election fraud, they would know that the state didn't choose them as the electors. And so is that the fraud, the fact that they're signing off even though they know they haven't been chosen?
That I don't know. See, this is the problem, because, and again, I don't know the exact timeline of everything, and I need to get.
Is Nick here saying like these people, because they're in the moral right, because if they believe that they are, this discussion of them having this belief that they are fixing election fuckery with more fuckery, it sounds like. If that is it, then we're saying that they're morally correct, therefore it's okay, it makes sense, it's reasonable that they would do this. Then why is it illegal? If it's illegal, it's illegal. Then you gotta question, you need to maybe say, I don't think this law makes sense. Yeah, what is the legal standard? 100% on board with Rekieta here. So like when you say that, you're saying you're 100% on like, should we be, he thinks that these people shouldn't be punished for trying to fix something that was broken? Respond. Why not you? Yeah, Lucy, lady. Hold on. My profile picture on Rumble also went crazy. Shouldn't be punished for believing there was issues. Okay. What do you mean, David? Nick playing games under the guise of asking questions. I'll need to read up. Okay. He's attempting to broach an argument about redress in a democratic society. Okay. So you're saying redress for this election issue.
Get the case to actually come out to get the full details of what their, the basis of their claims are.
Mhm.
But just like thinking about it in the abstract, I'm like, okay, but there were lawsuits going on in Michigan. They all failed for various reasons.
I agree with you, David, that he knows the reason he's asking the question is to see what they say and then compare, which is it's a normal thing of conversation. When you ask someone a question, you give your opinion as the answer, and he's trying to gauge if they have any opinion on this, and they don't. So clearly they don't have like he's presenting them with some facts to see if they will form an opinion around it, and which is fine. Nice to see you covering this. Hi, Brown Moment. We're going to be covering this for a very long time, especially when I'm taking a dinner break. I should have eaten. Well, this was not supposed to be my dinner. It was supposed to be my husband's. So I could have just quickly eaten before, but no. Okay, whatever.
I don't know the specific quality of the Michigan lawsuits other than the one by Sidney Powell I made fun of because it was the Kraken lawsuit, and she cited like a mismatch in Michigan vote numbers versus populations, but all the counties she listed were from Minnesota. I only knew that because I looked at it and I'm like, I'm from Minnesota. These are the same counties. That's weird. Does Michigan have the same? No, they don't. So like her lawsuit ended up being garbage. But again, if these people believe that there was a valid legal challenge and that if that legal challenge were overturned, this alternative slate of electors would be chosen.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
What
I'm
we
just
really need to know, Nick, is are you an election denier?
It's a very tough question, Adam. I am an every election denier. I will assert.
I see.
I'll
Nice
assert that
dodge. Nice pivot.
in presidential elections, I think
It's
there's
not a
far
pivot.
too much at stake to think that there is no fraud. So to
Well,
me,
obviously, yeah.
yeah.
The question is whether or not it's going to sway the election. Yeah.
Exactly. And in this one, I think it's possible. I haven't seen compelling evidence of it. And my questions were always based around the court was, is a judge going to step in and overturn a popular election in the state where they have to live?
Not. Of course.
Yeah. And
not.
that makes people really, made people really mad. But I do think there were two valid cases. Cases. They were dismissed on notions of latches and no standing, which I think is actually.
Okay, let's check in with chat. It hasn't been playing. Oopsie. Anyway, I wanted to check in to see what they're on about because this is a normal general conversation. Are they still giving Sitch and Adam shit? Like,
I think this is actually a disservice to the United States. The first case was in Pennsylvania, and the problem is the absentee ballot law that they applied in the Pennsylvania election. This definitely happened. To pass a law that impacts voting, or I think it was a constitutional amendment that impacts voting rights in Pennsylvania, you have to pass the initial congressional proposal, has to pass Congress, and then it has to face 2 subsequent voting referendums of the public. Now, the law that they used.
this person, Nick, is so much more honest than Sitch. What the fuck is Sitch not even doing? He's not even talking about them. What the hell?
For absentee ballots in Pennsylvania only had passed one of the 2 required popular vote measures, the ballot measures.
I know about this from your coverage.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So technically, that is an unconstitutional law. So using the absentee ballot process that Pennsylvania implemented was not constitutional.
Yeah, he's such a lawyer. My God. Why do you care so much about chat? Because it's a social phenomenon. That's I'm interested in the social thing. Because I want to. That's where the tribalism takes place. So I want to know. Yes, I'm sensitive, which I've said, because of Sitch and Adam being some of my favorite YouTubers, but it's I want to see what other people are doing when they're interacting with these arguments. I want to you guys make points in chat. Even I know it's because we're smaller chat, we can do it, but I'm interested in the way chat is interpreting things. It's not, and both sides here are not reacting to chat, which is good. But I do want to see what I'm checking in with them because they were very hostile against Sitch and Adam. And it did seem like they were very hostile against them because these are people that disagree with Nick. We must now hate on them. And it's like they're just having a conversation here. There hasn't been a huge thing of huge disagreement that we now need to be tribal about this. But I'm still just wondering what Nick is so much more honest than Sitch. Like, why do we need to say that? So that's why I'm interested in chat. So she can get misty-eyed for Sitch. Okay. I'm hostile against them. You're hostile against everyone. That's just Nick's audience. Lots of righteous dickheads. I mean, oh, my computer had a wobbly, but seriously, when I was part of the legal, when I was watching the legal coverage of things that is less political, like the murder cases and things like that, they seemed very reasonable. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I was just in a different mind space, and they didn't, because there's no personalities involved here. Maybe because I was with the tribe in that we were all at that point. We were all like, there's not enough evidence to convict Alec Murdoch. There's not enough. And then the whole revelation of the video came out and all of that. But at that point, there wasn't enough evidence, and we were all on. If you went into Law and Crimes channel, everyone there's like, hey, he's horrible, and we were all like, yes, but this doesn't prove that he's a murderer. Then you would go to Nick's channel and his coverage, and that's where it would be like, yeah, cool, but we need enough proof. Then obviously it came to light that, oh, he very much he lied several times and all of that. Yeah. So they seemed very reasonable. I'm late. Thanks, YouTube notifications. Yeah. Twitter also seems to notify people quite late too. Welcome, Galente. I'm trying to finish eating this. Just hold on. We'll be there. We'll get there. Would be lying if I said I cared, to be honest. People will be people. Trouble is a part of the package. Yeah. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to be fascinated by it. I'm fascinated by it all. And I'm eating my tuna. Tuna Tuesday.
And it went to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and they said, well, too bad, I guess. And then, in my opinion, the U.S. Supreme Court had a duty at that point to say, does a state Supreme Court making decisions about the constitutionality of a state, is that beyond scrutiny for the Supreme Court when it impacts a federal election? I think that's an important question, because if Pennsylvania Supreme Court says what's written in our Constitution doesn't matter and we can just apply law however, I guess that's what Pennsylvania wants to do. But if it impacts the federal election, I think the Supreme Court gets to say maybe our review of what the Constitution says in Pennsylvania matters at that point.
So supposedly all the state constitutions have to pass constitutional muster, right? They can't pass any laws in state constitutions that are against the federal constitution. Right.
The federal constitution is the minimum bar.
Yeah.
So for me, I think that however the Supreme Court answered that question, they may say, you know what? No, states get to
they
make
never
up their
answered
own
it
thing.
though, right?
No,
they never took the case. They sent it back, which is bullshit.
Yeah, that was my one problem. And that was the Pennsylvania one. The other one was
that the one where they had like the 3-sentence, like, we're not going to hear this, like, opinion.
It might have been. The other one that I thought was an important case was brought by Louis Gohmert. Mm-hmm. And it was dismissed for lack of standing because they said that no one in the case had standing to sue for the presidency. But the problem I had with that was Donald Trump himself had joined the case as a plaintiff. It's like, okay, wait a minute. So the two primary candidates to the presidential election don't have standing to bring suit in regards to how voting is done in the election that they have a direct interest in. And that felt like a very cheap dodge from the Supreme Court. And how they would have answered the questions to me is not, I mean, it's important, but it's less important than the idea that they just didn't take these cases, which should have answers. We should know what the Supreme Court's answer on these two issues are, even if it says we're not going to interfere with the election results that we see, absent like strong evidence. So
that's what you were talking about. Hey? Okay. I have to go and say happy birthday to twins. So BRB is what's going to happen. I'm so sorry, guys. IRL calls. 70 what messages? Okay, let's take this music off. What's happened? Let's take that. Hi, I'm back. Sorry. Thanks so much, guys, for waiting. I'm sorry about that. It's just a very special girl's birthday today, and I had to see them blow out candles and things like that. And yes, I do see the irony of feeding the ducks and family things at the same time. Just doesn't make sense, does it? Let's see what's up. Oh, did you guys? I want to catch up with everything. I'm going to take over this channel, but no! Mutiny. Hi, Micah. Okay, cancel Kitty. I'm cancelled. I cancelled myself. And that was the last time anybody heard of Kitty. Yeah. Tad is more active now that Kitty is gone. Weird. Right? Assholes. But then, you know what? You guys entertained yourselves. Thank you for entertaining each other. I miss Chairman Hassan. Sorry, I should have left it on for you. So sorry, Walter. This music got us hyped. This is... Okay, anyway. Wrench Wars. Wrench Wars! Yes. This is why you have a co-host. Andrew, listen here. Being timed out of the chat is a blessing, not a curse. Okay, relax, everybody. I went to go and make a family. No. My friends have made a family, so I had to go and see that. They are my godchildren that I had to go and see. So there was no contest. I'm so sorry, you guys. You cannot compare with two little girls who are my I'm a range pacifist. Yeah, there's lots of range pacifists actually that people that want ranges, but they actually, I mean, that don't want ranges, that can get them, but they're like, no, don't range me, bro. Don't want that. So anyway, so great show. I ate tuna for the past 20 minutes, and then I left you for the whole like 10 minutes. So it's been a great one. But also, Andrew, a lot of people stream by themselves. Anyway, let's see. What we're getting at here is just a question of this is what a reason they are talking about the election fraud, and as far as I can see, it's Nick is just having a good old chat about whether he thinks it's moral or not, or whether it's a good idea to be applying the law in this manner. I'm not too sure if I mapped this properly. I don't know. I feel like I need to note it somehow, but I don't need to put it in the amount of detail that we've been going through. But the point of this is also I'm getting a migraine. Just so you guys know, I'm starting to go blind in one eye. So this has been an overall resounding success. But we will continue. If I fumble for words, it's the migraine talking, I promise. And no, I'm not making a convenient migraine thing. It's literally migraine. You should get Ali to join you. I don't know if Ali would have the patience for this this kind of thing. She said the thing. You guys, ding ding ding. Migraine. I wish it was me. Okay. You always want to wrench. Well, I can't give wrenches here. I don't know if you've got one already, David. Okay. Let's see. 19. So I want to get to. I still need to figure out. I'm gonna read the transcript instead of making it play again. Okay, so we are here. We are more moral versus legal coming together in this question. If people truly believe there was an election interference, they did this to overcome the interference. Do we charge them with seems too far? Okay. He's now, as David was saying, he's like, oh, he's playing games. He's asking, but he's just asking to make to see where Sitch and Adam are at in their opinions. I'm just curious on people's positions because I know how I feel about what they were doing. Like, we're going an alternative roster of elections because we believe Michigan was improperly counted, and so we're going to send this to the vice president in hopes that he will make the determination that we are the proper electors when he reads the vote. So, like, let's take the premise that that's what they did, knowing right, intentional. They knew what they were doing, proper electors based on election. Charge, I mean, assuming it's against the law, blah, blah. Manifesting the criminal intent for the purpose of interfering with election. Yes, here's a problem. I mean, this is a very...
So here's my problem. I mean, you have problems with the intent and all that stuff. Like,
Right.
So now that's good. Intent. And so how do you determine intent really with something like this? And how much does it matter? So, I mean, I'm actually going to say, like, intent versus actions versus consequences. Okay, these are the moral questions that are being kind of spoken about here. But then he does get into the law, which whiplash, okay? Manifesting the criminal intent to defraud or, to interfere with an election. I go, okay, these people at face value, I say they genuinely believe there was interference. Genuinely believe there should be an alternative slate of electors that should be read if Michigan decides to go with the alternative slate. Do we charge them with a crime? That seems too far. How do wins the state choose the electors? Right. Okay, so I need to. This is the actual practical manner. Then they get practical, right? So the practical matter of it is when the states. So Sitch, I mean, even asks. So he goes, how are they supposed to? That's a good question. Just even if you don't know what is going on, because it's like they determining that this makes sense. You would ask this because it's like that's how you determine. That's how you find out it's against the law or not. You're like, okay, well, is it supposed to be, and what are they trying to guard against here? So that's a good question. Oh yes, let me also go questions. He's not talking past him. If you can't question the results. So yeah, this is it. Cameron. That's Lord, your Lord at the moment, Lord Cameron. You can't question the results. Okay. So that's basically, that is the whole underlying question here of that's what we're talking about. Like what Nick is asking is these are just questioning. legality, I suppose, legality or morality of it, moral of whether okay, it seems very, oh, look at him! What's up, Adam? I hated this talk. It was legitimately work. I don't do YouTube to work. I do YouTube to hang out with my cool friends. Oh, well, yeah, this is right. This point here already is work. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the shit show, Adam. But thanks for hopping by. This is going to be quite a tricky one. We are 12 minutes in, and I've been going. Okay, there was an interim, but I have been going for like how long has it? 2.5 hours. So like 2 hours basically. And we have hardly scratched the surface. It seems what we have come up with, Adam, is that we think there is a lot of times where Nick was talking legal and you guys were talking moral, but then at this juncture where we are here now, right now, actually Nick is talking about legal and moral at the same time. He's talking about I don't know if he is. It's really difficult to follow him on the legal and in the moral, because it's like where is the line drawn? He's like, should we charge them with a crime? And it's like, well, if, as Sitch said, he's like, if it's illegal, that's what we're supposed to do. That's why he's asking, what are we? He's actually asking, cool, well, what makes it legal? Tell me this. Because and also we're not quite sure what Nick is getting at. He does ramble for quite a while. But yeah, Nick's friends aren't very cool to hang out with. That is true, but Lucy, don't you count as a friend? Isn't cool or nice. Yeah, he's actually he's funny, that's all. Adam friended in the house. Oh, I don't know how long he'll stay, but I really appreciate him having a go there. Kitty is being cancelled by YouTube. Why? What did I do? Oh, because of the
state.
No, it's because it was just I was pressing play. This is going to take years. I'll be done with my first trim. I'll be done with my first turn in office when we move to Rumble. Yeah, we are going to be on this one for a couple episodes, the YouTube top. And the YouTube side is the I subscribe, so guilty. Yeah, exactly. The YouTube side is the decent side. So let's just see where we are. So at the moment it is, yeah, here's where we're at. How to determine the electors. I think that's a good question. I've already, look, Adam comes into the chat and I already color things wrong.
They choose the electors, right?
The states define it by their own law. Typically what they do is the popular vote winner of the state.
So he did say the state defines it by their own law. Typically, they do is a popular vote winner. Typically, sorry, actually, no, from here he goes popular vote winner. Okay. The state generally with their team will select electors.
Generally.
Is anyone here from Michigan? Michigan? I'm so not American. You're Rekieta's chat to me. I wish I could be as wise and level-headed as Rekieta's chat. Yes, me too. He's gone already. Yeah, you see. No, it's because of your pimple videos. What? Oh, is that why it's canceling me? No. There's many people that watch it. Michigan. Really, Stug? What did Stug do? He's for real. Me and Stug agree. You don't. I would love to be as level-headed as those people. Okay. Anyway, let's see how this goes.
Their like team will select the electors. Those electors will then be submitted to cast their electoral votes. Technically, there's no like federal law requirement here. This
Okay. No federal law requirements. So these are all the legal bits. And actually, Nick goes outside of them in this
is
discussion.
entirely state law under the Constitution. They
They're
don't
being charged with state, right? State crime.
Yes. They
Okay, and again, Sitch is charged with state crime. I know that it seems tedious to do this, but I do just want to go again. Collaborative, answering questions. Simply, like this is still good, as in they're still talking, but it's just that because Nick has all the knowledge on this, it's all he can do is answer the questions. Here we go. Copy. Collaborative answering. Like you would expect Nick to have this. Isn't it his state, and it's also well, it's his field. May the chat be with you, Adam. It seems like that with most chats. What happened? What did Adam do? I turned off the chat. It was all just insults, nothing. It was really, that's what I was, I kept checking in with chat now. And people are like, why you care about chat? And first of all, you already told us that you guys weren't reading chat, so good. Because also there's nothing of substance, so there's not much that you would land up saying other than, no, you, because all they did was just say ugly things. But what I was looking for in the chat is I was trying to find some semblance of when there is a normal conversation going on between you guys, which is this. Honestly, there's nothing hugely contentious here. It's literally just you guys talking about electorates, whatever. And what made them so rabid against you from the beginning? Is it like, I suppose it is from the Twitter thing, which should have gone and seen what happened on Twitter. But yeah, he even brought it in. My thought when I heard about this was great. Oh, Nick's audience is going to love this. Not a fuck. They were really bad. And what's interesting to me is just why. I can understand being protective of the guy that you're following, but and you know, siding with him naturally, tribalistically or whatever, but you have given them no reason to think of you as whatever they've decided. And yeah, good on you for not reading the chat, because it was just stupid. Chat is always there to distract. Yes, I'm always distracted by my chat. Even, and can you imagine just with even more chat going on? Flipping hell. So I can only imagine. We don't need to go back into, but literally, seriously, 5 seconds ago. Okay, well, 5 seconds ago, before I went off and you guys had to feed the ducks, chat, there's one person just like, oh, Nick is so much more honest than Sitch. I was like, what the fuck? Sitch hadn't even posited anything. He hadn't said anything in the past like 5 seconds of this discussion, and they'd already said that. And obviously I'm protective that way and angry that way. But even so, even if I didn't know, like I didn't know of Sitch, I didn't know who these people were or whatever, it just doesn't make sense that you are so completely against the people just because you're so for Nick. It just doesn't make sense. Just relax. And people are saying, oh yeah, well, Sitch and Adam's chat also gets quite mean, but I don't think they get this rabid. Honestly, the word is rabid. I don't own any ducks. I'm sure Lucy has ducks. You are distracting me from cooking. What are we cooking? The Rumble chat was even worse, but that's to be expected. Yes, I did think that, but when I started the YouTube, I was like, oh, maybe the YouTube will be a bit better. There were some people that were nice, but and then the people that are overlapped, like Lucy and me and whatever, people that follow Nick and follow Sitch and Adam, those people, I think we just got drowned out by all of the rabbit people because they were just carrying on. There was nothing to really say. You couldn't argue with them. Why would you? It's no point. There's no point going and like atting someone and being like, hey, Sitch isn't dishonest. It's not worth it. You only got chickens? Well, it's the same action, so it's fine. I can get pretty rabid. But you're funny about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being tribal. Okay, let's go. Where we are. State law.
They are. My understanding is this is a state crime within Michigan that they're charged with, which is again forging a document for the purposes of interfering with an election. Mm-hmm. But my question is, I have such a complex look at this fucking election stuff because whatever people believe about the election, I think becomes irrelevant. It's
okay. So his question, what is he getting at? What are you getting at? Basically, you're just saying that's this point over here is basically what he wants. This seems too far. That thing over there seems too far, but this seems too far, but is his point that he wants to make with all of this. So it's fine.
It's always what the actors involved believe about what they're doing.
Right.
Okay, so I have a complex look at this fucking election stuff. Complex view. I'm just going to type this here. Complex view of election stuff. I mean, it's whatever people believe becomes irrelevant. Now I can copy and paste. Okay. Always the actors involved. So it's actors involved. Okay. Just remember, I'm trying not to actually put the transcript in here. Whatever people believe about election, I think becomes irrelevant. It's always the actors involved believe about what they're doing, right? So they believe. See, this reasonable belief bullshit comes up again.
We can say it's a reasonable belief. Because millions and millions of people believe there was election fuckery, whether there was or not. Millions of people believe it. I think we could say reasonable people can come to that conclusion.
Okay. Complex election stuff. Reasonable conclusion. But that's in Michigan. Believe that election in Michigan was improperly done. Reasonable people come to that conclusion if they reasonably believe that the election in Michigan was improperly done and that there should be an alternative slate of electors. This I don't understand, their political will. This over here, look guys, I'm like, hold up. Is that whole thing of changing the electors? If that's a safeguard against tampering, then I understand, but it seems like it wasn't. So it doesn't matter whether they had good intentions. Is this lawyer telling me that there are good intentions, therefore it's okay? And he knows that he won't be saying that. He's just saying, oh, well, it's reasonable for them to. who cares what they believe? Is it, Sitch will probably say, I don't know, like, is it legal or not? That's the point. And then we can discuss whether it should be illegal or not. I'm starting to believe law people use reasonable person standard as a weasel word. Well, yeah, what is it? It's quite a, isn't it a slippery thing? Belief should have nothing to do with changing electors. Proof is required. Yeah, well, proof, yes. So what made them believe this? Do that, and is there a standard of proof for them? What is the procedure? And if there is a procedure, did they follow it? That's the question. And also, I don't know what Nick is expecting from Sitch and Adam here, but it could be a great and interesting conversation if it stays where it's going. But he does go into a sort of lecture, and I get like this as well, where I'm like, oh, here are all the informations and stuff, and it's like, and so what are the people supposed to do with that? What are the people you're talking to supposed to do with it? Try and figure out how your question is. And that's why he sighs, I think, as well. He's like, what the fuck am I trying to say?
It's millions and millions of people believe there was election fuckery, whether there was or not. Millions of people believe it. I think we could say reasonable people can come to that conclusion. So if they reasonably believe that the election in Michigan was improperly done and that there should be an alternative slate of electors, then I don't see how we charge them with a felony crime for attempting to exercise their political will. I mean, they can't, it's not like they duped them, like this is the real one, wink, like, I you know what I'm...
Okay, that does make sense then. If he's like, it's not like they duped him. It's not like they duped, which is what he means there is like, but there was the proof thing. So it's like, okay, wait, no, that's not what he means. He means they were honest about it. I don't know. Wasn't there fraud here? Or the opposite. Reasonable people only agree with me all the time with everything. I'm beautiful for the first time in my life. I'm beautiful. Oh, let's have a look at this profile picture. Very nice. AI art people. Hi, Benjamin. Let's just check. Reasonable people can come to all sorts of conclusions depending on all sorts of things. Yeah. So that just because you have a reason is illegal. At some point, I think legally the intention doesn't matter. Did you do the thing? Maybe intention should come into consideration when we're talking about sentencing, but charging should be, is it illegal? But then again, no. Isn't it like, even if they're, if it's not worth convicting a person for like 2 days, I don't know. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
What I'm saying?
Well, I guess so the question would be, because I don't know exactly what they're being charged with and what the actual law says, but
you see, that's what Sitch is saying, is like, okay, is it actual law? Okay.
Because like the question would be, like, they would know, even if they personally believe that there was election fraud, they would know that the
they can't do
didn't
that.
choose them as
Yes.
the electors. And so is that the fraud, the fact that they're signing off even though they know they haven't been chosen?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about here. It's not like they duped them. So we have Sitch. Let's just do this while we're here. Okay. So yeah, like we're like, cool. Sitch is trying to figure out, again, this is more conversation, at least because he's asking him questions. He's trying to figure out what is it let's interrogate the basis upon which you made the basis of this belief you have here, or this statement that you made. So actual law says, again, refers to actual law. I'm just going to put in the commentary part there. Again, Nick is okay, and then what's the law say? And now look, what we're doing here, if we're keeping an eye on whether things are moral or legal, Sitch is here. Sitch is talking about not just the moral. They'd say not just the moral. Okay. Goodness me. Okay. Fence sitter is a pejorative. Who's calling who a fence sitter here? Smash that like button. Oh, thanks, Benjamin. That's a good idea. Thanks for reminding. Hello. Stop. Okay. Continue.
I don't know. See, this is the problem because, and again, I don't know the exact timeline of everything, and I need to get the case to actually come out to get the full details of what their, the basis of their claims are. But just like thinking about it in the abstract, I'm like, okay, but there were lawsuits going on.
Hold up.
In Michigan. I don't know
they would know, even if they.
what I'm saying.
Well, I guess so. The question would be, because I don't know exactly what they're being charged with and what the actual law says, but because the question would be, they would know, even if they personally believe that there was election fraud, they would know that the state didn't choose them as the.
So it's the knowledge, right? So even if they believed there was. No, that would be the fraudulent. Okay, that would be the fraudulent part because they didn't choose them as electors. So that's the fraud fact. They're signing off even though they know they haven't been chosen. Yeah, exactly. So it's okay. So what are you getting at, Nick? I'm not understanding.
As the electors. And so is that the fraud, the fact that they're signing off even though they know they haven't been chosen?
And the thing is, Sitch is not coming at him and saying, I disagree. He's just like, no, he's questioning. He's trying to find out how it is that Nick has gotten to his position, which is really helpful to us because I'm like, cool, that's really cool. Look at all the things you said in green here, but still would like to know, he like he says, I don't know about the actual law. So, but now he's thinking logically as well. This is logic. Okay. Logic, not psychology. Psychology or sociology. Okay. Or even philosophy. It's just not, that's not it. So maybe here is where we do see both parties can inhabit this moral versus legal discussion when it suits them, but they when it gets to the shit show, I think the translation just the hopping over this line just doesn't happen anymore.
I don't know. See, this is the problem because, and again, I don't know the exact timeline of everything, and I need to get the case to actually come out to get the full details of what their, the basis of their claims are. But just like thinking about it in the abstract, I'm like, okay, but there were lawsuits going on in.
Okay, he did say it was thinking about it in the abstract. So he did say it's thinking in the abstract. still needs, doesn't know, don't know. Needful code, sorry, it's needful detail, timeline, sorry, timeline. To see what they base their timeline, to see what they base their case on. Full details within the base of their claims, sorry, their claims. Claims on. Okay, just like thinking about it in the abstract. So this is now he's coming out to the abstract. Okay, so thinking about it in the abstract. Also, let me just bring these down so that it's easier for us to see what's going on. I'm going to close off this one as well. Okay. There, so we only dealing with one topic at a time. We've closed those off. I love when my audience gets into heated discussions. You're enjoying, yeah. Arguments are great. It's great engagement. I am. The rebranding is helping with that. Still need to use it to schedule gas for the show. What's this? Nilolo is big mad at me. I wonder if it's because I unfollowed him on the platform formerly known as Twitter. Spend his time on that toxic pile of waste, please. It's not good for your health. Yeah, just be on Discord with all of us degenerates. Choose your degenerates wisely. Okay. I blocked him. So I can't see his messages. He can complain away. Yeah, I guess you have to do that sort of thing. Oh gosh. Anyway, we continue. All the people, new people, because we do definitely have more viewers than usual. Hi, thanks for coming around. I'm extra self-conscious now that you're here, but we'll continue anyway.
Michigan, they all failed for various reasons. I don't know the specific quality of the Michigan lawsuits other than the one by Sidney Powell.
See, now I'd hate that with the lawyers, right? It's like, okay, I don't know, maybe your brain just has to be made that way that it follows on. And, you know, remember when we were doing the other legal discussion with Rekieta and all of that, like the way they just refer to this case and that case and whatever, it's so, I guess that's how they live their lives, but flipping hell, I just can't. I know this is actually just a case, not a legal case that he's referring to. But God, it does get me. My brain turns off immediately. It's like, oh, there's just surnames and names. Cool. Like I just
come out to get the full details of what their, you know, the basis of their claims are.
Mhm.
But just like thinking about it in the abstract, I'm like, okay, but there were lawsuits going on in Michigan. They all failed.
Okay, there were lawsuits in Michigan. Oh, let me just do this here. Sitch. Copy style. Okay. We're still on the Trump journey. I don't know what comes after this because I've actually only listened to around here properly. The rest, I didn't see any of the YouTube. I was only on Rumble after that. I think it had just finished when I came on. Thinking about it in the abstract. Thinking about it in the abstract, I need to do this. And so now, not law. That's the question, not law, but moral. Is that where he's going? The line is very blurred for Nick, and of course it's going to be because you exist in this lawyer world, in lawyer reasoning. Yes, Daisy. Okay, you guys can get some Daisy Cam, I suppose. He had a dream. Yes, Daisy Cam. Sorry. There's Daisy Cam. There's a Daisy Cam. Yes, Daisy. She was really asking for attention. Where's Daisy do? Okay. I don't dream anymore. Oh, that's so sad. There's actually, Benjamin doesn't dream a lot, and he's a dream wizard. Isn't she cute? Yes, very cutesy, very cute. She is a sweetie. You know what? That's why her name is Daisy. Her name really suits her. She's Daisy, but she is tough. She's tough, but she's small. Small dude. Yes. Yeah, that's insane. He said that was why maybe he's interested in dreams. Okay, Daisy, you be a good girl while I type here. Okay. Star of the show. Okay. People that don't know me, as they come in, they just see that darn kitty, and then there's a cat. Yeah, you scratch your ears. Okay. Not law but moral. Cool. Okay, but lawsuits are going to Michigan. They failed. Okay, I don't understand. Lawsuits going into Michigan. Okay, what does that mean?
For various reasons. I don't know the specific quality of the Michigan lawsuits other than the one by Sidney Powell.
I'm not gonna
I made
note
fun
that.
of because it was the Kraken lawsuit, and she cited like a mismatch in Michigan vote numbers versus populations, but all the
Hold on.
counties she listed.
Do you beat your cat? For real. Don't beat your cat. I'll beat you. Don't do that. It's not, that doesn't work that way. Your cat's probably gonna hate you for like the next 2 days. Anyway.
Were from Minnesota. I only knew that because I looked at it and I'm like, I'm from Minnesota. These are the same counties. That's weird. Does Michigan have the same? No.
Not for reals. Okay, everybody, let it be known he didn't hit his cat. I don't beat my cats. Jeb, why have you been? All of you. Okay, let's see. So Nick is saying reasonable people should believe a lawsuit that confused Michigan and Minnesota. What does one punch constitute a beating? I'm gonna hurt all of you. Okay. Nick was drunk. Okay. Nick was drunk, but he was arguing well. It's just that Sitch was in a debate mode and was trying to not make a mistake, and Adam wasn't interested in principles but the practicality of what happens. Look, I don't think we're at that point yet, Antonio. I don't think we're there yet. So at this point, it doesn't seem like so I think maybe Sitch is here not wanting to make mistakes, but they're just trying to find the basis of Nick's opinion, because Nick's given the opinion and all Sitch is doing is asking questions. He hasn't said one thing or the other. And the fact that he is interrogating it, he's just questioning it, seems to be like, there's huge there's disagreement. It's just like, no, he's just trying to, this should be, and this seems to me to be the same sort of thing as we had with it, although it's heightened because of the size of the brains here. But the interaction we had with Destiny and Blair White, where we are seeking knowledge together, that kind of is happening. There's still this collaborative approach, and yes, because Nick knows more about the stuff, it seems like Sitch is coming after him and disagreeing, but he's just asking questions, and he's disagreeing, but they should be finding these little points where they disagree and saying they disagree and leaving it. That's the discussion. But yeah, let's see this.
So like her lawsuit ended up being garbage. But again, if these people believe that there was a valid legal challenge.
He says again, which is again, yes, he's repeating. And what Sitch was asking about is not what the belief is, it's what's the procedure. If there is this belief, even if they operate on that belief, there is still this thing that they've said they lied. That's the thing that we're talking about. It doesn't matter about the intentions of these people. So that's where Sitch is standing on this. I still am not understanding how this is not just a speculation and a moral question. It's not actually a legal question. But when he starts talking about the Constitution, that's when I'm like, oh, he does have some sort of legal reason for this
challenge, and that
and I will admit I have no idea about the Constitution and any of that stuff, but I'm trying to follow as best I can.
If that legal challenge were overturned, this alternative slate of electors would be chosen.
Mhm.
You know,
What we really need to know, Nick, is are you an election denier?
I think that's a great way to get him off of this, because it's just like, we're not, look, it's a lot of stuff. There's just a lot of stuff and there's nothing. And actually it is, I know it's a joke and Adam often brings the jokes, but saying, are you an election denier, is a worthy question in this context, because it's like, cool, let's get to the point, the reason that this is a contentious issue anyway, which is people are arguing about whether this is denying the results or not. Like, what is that? That's what's here. We had, people are mean to cats, Aaron. Sorry, on Rumble. If you want to see what's on Rumble chat, just go to Rumble chat. I love it when my audience. Anyway, no, he was saying they have cat killers in his previous town. Yeah, people really, I don't know. The evil people go for cats first, and I don't know. We want to talk about intentions. If you are John Wicking, okay, somebody killed your animal and you just go and John Wick, fair play. I don't just eat my cats. Shut up, Jab. I'm not reading. Okay, I'm not reading your chat. Sitch is asking questions. What kind of questions? He's literally asking. He has asked the. He doesn't know what the actual law says. He's asking if they did know. He's just asking for clarification on things. From a layman's logical point of view.
It's a very tough question.
Okay, so because he's talking about, I'm from Minnesota. There are some counties that her lawsuit ended up being garbage. But again, if these people have believed that there was a valid legal challenge, okay, that's a different way he worded it. If the people they believed there was a valid legal challenge, if the people believe that there is a valid legal challenge, well, if there's a valid legal challenge, then they have the legal challenge. They don't go and commit fraud, right? You do the legal challenge. You don't do the fraud bit. Am I missing? Guys, please just tell me how I'm missing stuff. I favor the John Wick response to animal abuse, 100%. Yeah. Eventually, Nick only answers questions with another question. I don't know. It was disappointing, and at this point, he isn't drunk yet, though. Yeah, that's true. He did do that a lot. I was like, oh, and he did lampshade. He was like, yeah, I know, I'm answering a question with a question. You like, okay, so. That being said, there were parts where I was agreeing with Nick, so we haven't gotten to those yet, because I'm hardly understanding anything that Nick says.
There was a valid legal challenge, and that if that legal challenge were overturned, this alternative slate of electors would be chosen.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
What we really need to know, Nick, is are you an election denier?
Okay, actually, we'll put the are you. So there, I'll just put in the commentary of so good times jokes. It is the point of the discussion. Okay, cool. And now I think he goes on. Does it seem like Ishanan are pushing for don't challenge because it's bad? I don't see how Nick is wrong about making a legal challenge, especially if there is it if it is without one's right to do so. Does it seem like the Chidadam are kind of pushing for don't challenge because it's bad? I don't think that they're pushing for anything. They're just asking. I don't see anything here of them asserting anything, but I guess you guys have more knowledge of what their coverage of that was. You have more knowledge of the January 6th than I do, so maybe you are seeing more of their views that they've expressed in the past. Maybe you're seeing that and seeing how they would be in opposition to Nick, because you know what they think around all of these points here. So I'm only getting literally what I'm just writing in here. You guys maybe have more knowledge, so you're because I don't feel like they're asserting much. I think they're interrogating Nick more than anything. So I think maybe my blindness to them making arguments maybe is just that I don't know their stance on these things because I wasn't watching that. I wasn't in the know. A lot of this stuff went over my head. I'm not American, so I didn't learn how your electorate works and things like that. Tribe check. That's a good one. I'm going to put okay, so I'll just say I know well, Adam can't see that, but I will even you might, if tribe check is it's a good coined term, we're going to use it. Tribe check. Look, it might be a I don't think it is tribe check. It's just a joke. He's just making a joke and bringing it back to the discussion. But I'm a captured audience member. It works both ways, apparently. But Nick switches rapidly. Switches between what? Switches what? Sorry, I'm not reading Nilo. You mean, yeah, he switches between moral, reasonable redress, just wanted to call a conspiracy theorist. He just wanted an enemy to call a conspiracy theorist. Who? He's often talking moral. He does switch. That's, I think, David, I really think, see, like he does go from, he switches rapidly. So I'm going to say that. Moral to legal back, basically. I think Sitch and A are sidestepping the argument by saying you should not challenge for the sake of the country since there's no precedent for challenging the election this way. So you see, I don't see that in here yet. So I haven't heard it yet.
It's a very tough question, Adam. I am an every election denier.
So,
I will assert.
Oh, I see.
So I think that over there, Ekwan, is your knowledge of their position coming through. So see, I'm going on just this conversation, so I don't know. So at the moment, they aren't asserting anything, but I guess that's why it's that's why it is an argument at this point. Cool. Oopsie. I just wanted this copy style. Thank you, Jesus. Yes, Daisy. Okay, good terms. Thank you for watching me format stuff. It's not hard because they're not lawyers. It's hard. It's not hard. I love Adam. Just applying logic as objectively as I can. That Adam counters here are you an election denier could be a joke, but I interpret it as challenging is on its face taboo. Don't do it unless you want civil unrest. Is that so? That's what you're saying. Okay, well, if that is his position, then I understand that's the underlying.
I'll
Nice
assert that in,
dodge. Nice pivot.
Yeah, he did say nice pivots, but and dodge. So maybe you're talking that's. But it just seems good natured to me. But then again, like I think I need. How do I write this? How do I denote that I literally have to write. Don't know. I'm just saying a position here. So I struggle to see them asserting in clear direct opposition. Okay. I think it's interesting to note the audience chat sees more. And have bigger brains. Okay, here we go. I mean, that's my commentary there. I'm just not seeing this really huge assumption. I'm not seeing the underlying things. That's what I'm saying. That's what they've said it in the past, right? So you have that in your head. So you're hearing it in that context. I'm not hearing it in the context. In this conversation, I'm only just dealing with what has been said. And what has been said here is actually what Sitch hasn't even made his assertion. All he's done is looked at where Nick got his assertion from. So it's a great way. It is a debate. They are going. Nick has presented the things that he based his opinion on, and Sitch has asked him questions about it. And those questions, obviously, the reasons he asked those questions, you guys know the reasons. You know what his arguments would be. I don't know them. All I'm seeing is his questions. So that's great. I think it's cool. Reframes this issue as this argument. This argument is used by election deniers. Yeah. They weren't answered on Rumble either. Are you an election that can be answered on YouTube? Yeah, it can be answered, and you know the right answer. And also, Nick is like about that. So, here we go.
Nah. In presidential elections, I think there's far too much at stake to think that there is no fraud.
Okay, are you an election denier? Then I'm going to finish this part. Well, I don't know if we actually finish this section. Yes, Daisy. She's like rolling over, asking for love. Adam is really good at skipping the fluff and cutting to the root of a person's motivations, biggest strength and weakness. Well, yeah, he does that a lot in the debates proper, to get to the person. Like he did it very well in the first debate we ever went over, where he kind of just goes, cool, yeah, but tries to bring it back down. This, I don't know if he's going to the Are you saying, Lady Cameron, that like he asks this question as a look, he's not consciously doing. I don't think, Adam, if you're still there, you're not consciously doing this. We're trying to figure out what is your instinct, what instinct is bringing you to ask this question. And first of all, it is a social thing of just, making a joke. But then it does say, okay, cool. Well, what we're busy talking about here is what people call election denial. This is all election denial. So yeah, it's cutting to the heart of the issue, but I don't know about the motivations. Fact is, the losing side will always deny the results. Hillary said for years the election was stolen. It's politics, yeah. No, this seems like a chill hangout so far, but you can still jump to the finish in a friendly manner. Yeah, it's still friendly. I still think it's good times. It's still a joke. Haha. And he goes and says, I'm an all election denier. Like, that's a joke. But then he does go serious. Okay, so I actually might go into a new topic here and say all election denier. I might move it back down, who knows, but okay. If it doesn't go on that long. Okay. Adam, oh God, enough debate diagrams. How about some daisy dioramas? Nick is trying to dodge everything. Nick is just talking, just having a good old chat. Sorry, what's this? Yes, it can. Even when the standard was, we agree with the AP that Joe Biden, that Joe Biden won the election. You could say there was election shenanigans. Okay. Okay. Okay, continue.
So to me,
do you guys think we'll get to half an hour tonight? It's an hour and a half. Maybe we'll get to half an hour. That means we got 3 episodes.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not it's going to sway the election.
For YouTube.
Yeah.
Exactly. And in this one, I think it's possible. Exactly.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not it's
that there is in presidential elections, I think there's far too much at stake to think that there is no fraud.
Far too much at stake to believe there's no fraud. I don't know about believing there's no fraud, but you should expect there to be fraud. Whether or not it's going to. Okay, so who says the whether or not question?
So to me,
obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not it's going to sway the election. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, dude.
This one,
I called you dude. I called you dude. That is me saying not cool.
I'm sorry. It comes with age. I can't control it.
Did you guys hear the fart? Please tell me if you heard the fart. Please rate it out of 10. Oh, and I can smell it. Come on, man. No, you didn't. You didn't hear it? Very gross. Yes, you heard it. Was an excellent toot. Okay. 8 out of 10 based on reaction. Okay. Oh, he's upset that you go. He's upset. He shouldn't be. I can spell it too. Oh, wait, it's mine. You think you heard it? It was long also, wasn't it? It was actually a long fart. I think it was like 3 seconds. Hey? And you were right in the way, Daisy. He basically farted on Daisy. Okay? 2 out of 10. Of course, Calvin, you'll be mean. The man is my spirit animal. Can you taste it? No? Get some beans in that man. Well, you know what? We just got PF Chang's in that man, so you can imagine what I'm fucking smelling. Marriage, everybody, do it. Okay. You know what? Let the man do it. He has to deal with me. He has to deal with me yelling at a computer screen like 2 or 3 times a week. So he's fine. He gets to fart when he walks past. But I'm not going to be happy about it. What am I going to be like? No. Also, I think it did give me a fright. Did somebody step on a duck? Nice. Okay, I'm glad everybody liked it. Smell equals taste. I hate this planet. Shut up, Evan. The fart was weak. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. I'm going to go and find it and clip it for him. Okay, anyway.
I think it's possible. I haven't seen compelling evidence of it. And my questions were always
I'm
based around
sorry, I can't keep track of what's happening because I'm thinking. The sound of it in my head. I have just. Turn, and I just see this ass. He's pushing it out at me. Yes, Becca. Kitty, are you aware of this? No, I'm not.
Shit.
Yes.
When that guy came to collect the shit, did he give you it?
No.
He just took the packet.
Yeah. There's a whole palaver. We bought a watch that we were supposed to return. The guy came to collect it, to return, to take it back with the return. It was the exact same guy that delivered it. You guys don't care. I'm just trying to explain stuff. That was what we were talking about. PTFD, post-traumatic fart disorder. Okay, so no, I'm not aware of the business trial. Okay, anyway, where were we? Focus.
Yeah.
exactly. And in this one, I think it's possible. I haven't seen compelling evidence of it. And my questions were
Far too much to say to believe there is no fraud. This one, it's possible. Okay, so you haven't seen compelling evidence of it. Does that make him closer to Sitch and Adam on this issue, or further away? The fact that he hasn't seen, I would think it's closer. So just because he's just because Nick here is talking about whether it's legal to, or whether it's a good idea to prosecute the people that lied about their being electorate or whatever, electors, all of that, he's talking about that as an issue. So it would seem like he's on the side of election denier, but here he says that there isn't. So he's holding two different, well, they're seemingly different positions. It's just that in this exact case right there, he's, whether or not there was fraud, he's thinking about what those individuals were thinking. But would that not be what Sitch has said is, I'm thinking now, that would be an example of election fraud. I don't know. You're all Americans, man. Just be like Africa and just accept your election results without question. That's pretty extreme. She killed her man while they were making love, continued making, no, completely dismembered him and took some of him with her. She left the rest of his family. It's fine. Thanks, Andrew. Have you been hacked? Jesus. I don't know. I think I killed my wife during sex. At least I'd finished before disposing of the body. Why did Nick dodge the election question? The election. So he dodged. Well, he did. He didn't dodge it. He said the blanket statement of all fraud, which was the joke. So he went along with your joke. And then it was like, okay, there's too much at stake, but for this one, I haven't seen compelling evidence. So I don't think he hasn't said he said he doesn't deny. Yeah. he's not denying it because he says there's been no compelling evidence. There's no compelling evidence of it, and my questions were always based around the court. So he hasn't answered the question, but I don't know if he's dodged it. YouTube changed its policy, so you're allowed to talk about it. Okay. I think it was a dodge. I think you replied fairly clearly. He's highly skeptical of all elections. Yeah. It is a pretty nuanced answer because he's gone from, because you said, are you an election denier? He said, ha, which would have been kind of just blankety and escapey by saying, oh, all elections. But he did go into, then he gets serious. He goes into presidential elections, far too much at stake to believe there's no fraud. This one, it's possible, but I haven't seen compelling evidence of it. But then at the same time, he was talking about something about previously, the stuff down here, he was talking about that, which presumably, no, it lines up because he's trying to say that wasn't fraud. So there's no compelling evidence. He's trying to say it's not really fraudulent behavior. But then he said that their fraudulent behavior was based on other people's fraudulent behavior. Fuck lawyers, honestly.
Compelling evidence of it. And my questions were always based around the court was, is a judge going to step in and overturn a popular election in the state where they have to live?
Not. Of course.
Yeah, and that makes people really ridiculous. Yeah, made people really mad. But I do think there were two valid cases.
Okay, so you can do that? Lawyers are gay. A lawyer can't be asked to keep up with policy changes. He's a lawyer. This is a lawyer speak. There's a stream made, what? This stream made me hate Nick. I don't even know if I disagree with him, but I know I hate his guts. Jeez, Devin. Why? What do you just not like the way that he's conducted himself here? My dad is a lawyer. I'm sorry, Maka. I wanted to be a lawyer at one stage, but then I realized I'm not about that life. I'm not about that reading. You got to be way smarter. You got to have. Sitch would make a good lawyer.
Two valid cases. They were just
like, but then again, it would be like an evil power because you would have. Oh, but no. Super childish for a grand man. Let's go. I still like Nick. But he was a douche on this stream. He was, I do feel like he was posturing for his chat. So as much as Sitch and Adam weren't looking at the chat because they just saw how crap it was, the chat didn't want him to agree with Sitch and Adam. So he could, it might have helped him get into debate brain. Both sides get into debate brain because of this. So that is why chat does matter, even if, you know, if you can say it's literally live recording, there's no chat. That's it. Make sure you're a good girl, Kitty. Make sure Adam looks good. Okay, I have been skeptical of Nick. Sitch never looks at his own chat, let alone other people's. He so does. He looks at the end. He looks at chat. I think in super chat, like he looks at chat later on. But when he's with a guest, I don't think he does. Whatever. The point is, are you saying audience captive? I'm an audience captive, yes. No, I'm saying he's an audience captive. I don't think he's exactly captive to his audience. He's not going to grift. He's not going to say things he doesn't believe. I think he's going to have a certain attitude because of the audience, because that's what the audience is there for. They're there to be entertained by him.
Dismissed on notions of latches and no standing, which I think is actually, I think this is actually a disservice to the United States. The first case was in Pennsylvania, and
I'm getting it, man. The selection stuff, I almost skipped it all, but we have to do it. It's the basis for the I was like, I am not knowledgeable enough to have this conversation or to add the stuff, but you guys are. But the reason that I had to stick with this is because this is the basis of the interaction. This is the first argument that they have. Let's see how it progresses to whatever the fuck that was that we saw on Rumble. Huh? She rambled? Yeah. Okay. And state where they live here, and that makes people. So this, okay. One, haven't seen a compelling evidence. Then this is a divergent, because he goes from here to here. Okay, two topics. He goes, my question was around the court. Is a judge going to step in, overturn the popular election in a state where they live? Okay, and then Adam says, of course not. But that has that's a now let's note this as well. This is a moral. That again, we don't really know what this actually become. What is actually what are we? Can we tag this? What can we tag this as? You know, is this a moral question? What are you talking about here, Nick? That's a moral question, because we're talking about a person's ability to do that. Does that then is then asserting that this electorate people? I need to research this more, but I'm trying to just go with what is being said in the conversation. Let's just see.
The problem is the absentee ballot law that they applied in the Pennsylvania election. This definitely happened. To pass a law that impacts voting, or I think it was a constitutional amendment that impacts voting rights in Pennsylvania, you have to pass the initial congressional proposal, has to pass Congress, and then it has to face.
See, then he starts going legal, right? So he switches very quickly. It's like, whoa, where are we? I'm not getting it. What, Antonio? I like Sitch and Adam more than Nick, but I agree more with Nick on this stream. I think later on I agreed a lot more with Nick. When it came to branding and things like that, all of that discussion, that was me. I was also on that. But a legal standard. Yeah, like I don't understand. He will go and just be like, he'll be talking moral. It's not like he's only interested in one. He'll be talking moral, and then he'll just be like, cool, and just jump off to another, and you got to do this and this and this legally. I hope Sitch comes in here and does that thing where he structures everybody.
2 subsequent voting referendums of the public. Now, the law that they used for absentee ballots in Pennsylvania only had passed one of the 2 required popular vote measures, the ballot measures.
I know about this from your coverage.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So technically, that is an unconstitutional law. So using the absentee ballot.
So we had the judge here, and then he went literally right here. This exact same sentence bit goes, made people really mad, and that makes people really mad. There were 2 valid cases that were dismissed. So he's saying 2 valid cases of people bringing up election fraud, and then they were just dismissed. Okay. 2 valid cases dismissed. Okay, so that would be an example of the judge not stepping in to overturn a popular election in a state where they live. This isn't actually an example. There were 2 cases that were dismissed. Okay. Sorry, I'll zoom in so you guys can actually see what I'm talking about. 2 valid cases. Your fart was deeply enjoyed. Not by me, but by other people.
That's why we do it.
Yeah.
As parents.
Okay. You're gonna make everything moist in here. Okay. The 2 valid cases dismissed. Sorry, notions of latches, not standing, which I think is actually. What is he saying here? Sorry, I do need to have him here because the transcript
made people really mad. But I do think there were 2 valid cases. 2 valid cases. They were dismissed on notions of latches and no standing, which I think is
latches. What the fuck is latches? We're just familiar with Gordon's asses with his voice, right? Ask Gordon to join. No, Gordon will never join. Yeah, I don't know if Nick believes that there was enough election fraud to sway the election. That was my question. Was it answered and I missed it? Oh, yes, there was. He did ask, guys. He did ask. The question is whether there was enough. He did literally say the question is whether there is enough. But he didn't seem to take. I don't think he dodged it consciously. I think he just, because of the way that it was worded, I don't think he thought it was a rhetorical question. I honestly think he just was like, cool, it's my turn to talk. I'm going to talk now. Lashes. That's how. Well, it's latches. A doctrine in equity that those who delay too long in asserting an equitable right will not be entitled to bring an action. Same thing. A defendant who invokes the doctrine is asserting that a claimant has delayed in asserting its rights and because of the delay is no longer entitled. Okay. How do you spell it? Lashes. No standing. There's 2 questions. There's 2 questions he's answering. The first is if there was election fraud. He says not enough to prove to convince him. The second is there is a valid case that might prove election tampering. Yeah, okay, so yeah, he's saying that there were valid cases, but they were dismissed. So, and he brings that up in the context of, is the judge going to step in and overturn a popular election? So he brought that up so that he asserting here that those judges didn't do that because, and you said they were 2 valid, and they were 2 valid cases, and they were dismissed on this. So I think actually disservice to the United States. This is a disservice.
Notions of latches and no standing, which I think is actually, I think this is actually a disservice to the United States. The first case was in Pennsylvania, and the problem is the absentee ballot law that they applied in the Pennsylvania election. This definitely happened.
So I think he has answered the question that there were this fraud, because he's now just talking about this fraud. He's actually saying that this did happen. So he's saying there was fraud, but that didn't change his opinion on whether there's convincing. How? What? He just over here said, presidential elections. He said over here, it's possible, but I haven't seen compelling evidence of it. Okay, so when he says valid case, I guess he doesn't mean that it means proven. It just means that it should have been looked into. So he's holding these positions at the same time. He's holding it's not fraud, but it should have been looked into. It's just a highly nuanced, high definition view of it. But when you go out, zoom out, it's okay. There is just fraud in that. I don't trust elections. There's probably fraud reasonably, but we have to go on a case by case basis. Is that what I'm doing? What I'm getting here? The latches thing was messed up. If you bring a case before the election, you have no standing. If after latches say you are too late, this is a fair point. Oh wow, that's a lot of sense. I wish I could just copy paste. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it copy pastes like the entire chat when I'm trying to do that. Let me see. Copy. No. You can't hide your comments from me, Adam. You are acting like a child holding their breath. Okay. I guess we know who that is. To most people, yes. Honestly, I don't know if the election was legit or not. If I was a content creator, I'll never say this. Oopsie. I'm reading it. Okay. Also, I'm not American. Nobody gives a fuck. Entitled to bring a negative. What? Which was BS. They couldn't sue until they lost. Well, that's quite interesting.
To pass a law that impacts voting, or I think it was a constitutional amendment that impacts voting rights.
So I need to, oh, sorry, I do need to diagram literally what I was saying about what Nick is doing here, because it will just help my brain, okay? So we've got, first we had, first is, okay, position one. Position two. Okay, the position one is, we've got the elections involve fraud reasonably. Reasonable to assume. Okay, that was the one. But then position two, this particular one, this one, the one in question, okay, no compelling evidence, but at the same time, oopsie, position three, this one, no compelling evidence, cases of possible dismissed unfairly, unjustly. Okay, and you can hold all of these things three together, right? You can. Elections all involve fraud, but there's no compelling evidence. These two are kind of a little bit in conflict with each other, but you would want compelling evidence. We are reasonably assuming that there's going to be, so we should probably investigate it where we have cause to. Maybe that's what he's trying to say. In cases of possible fraud but dismissed unfairly / unjustly. That's what he's saying. These are not, I don't know if I should call them positions, just point one. I know that that's a very subtle difference. Point three, all related, but can be held. Okay, that's what I think. Okay, they can be held together at once, but it just makes for a complicated discussion, though. Okay, I don't know how I would keep track of this conversation in real time. It just would not work. Look at me. I can hardly do it with a pause button. He has the same position as us. The question still stands because next audience wants to believe that Nick believes the election was stolen. Nick's position is actually, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of the time it seems like his position is, I don't know. And I think, I'll put this in here. I hope you don't mind being added to your own diagram, Adam. I suppose you mean Nick's audience. Wants to believe. Want to believe the election was stolen. Nick's position is actually. You know what I'm seeing here is also like there is a lot of this does seem to happen, and I don't know if it happens with you guys on your side later on in the discussion, but we'll get there. Where it's like here are all of the positions around here because I have all of these different takes, and the out what do you call it, the low definition one is what is then fixated upon in the hypotheticals and the this and the that, and it's just like we will not talk about what we agree on, we're going to only talk about what we disagree on. Yeah, so there's that. Nick knows we are not around because his audience wants him to know. Add away. Thank you, Adam. What's this? Ideally, pot should always be present for the diagram. Okay, cool. So I'm going to get Andrew Tate. Also, they're not all going to be debates because we are doing discussion diagrams too. Oh, guys. Okay, you speak about this, right, Benjamin? So a couple of weeks ago, let's just go. A couple of weeks ago, we did a Thinkers Doing a Think, and we did a think about kink. Say that quickly. So what we were doing is it was a whole bunch of us, and we were talking about whether kink or BDSM is inherently sexual. And there was a lot of us, and the only person really arguing for BDSM is not sexual was Andrew Clark. And so after the discussion, because it's not like the end of the world, after the discussion, there was still a lot that we didn't get through because it was so many people, and because also like I do feel like I barreled over Andrew. So we are going to go together, me and him, we're going to debate diagram our own debate and go through our own behavior in the discussion, and also that will also give Andrew his own his space to actually make the arguments that he was trying to make, and then also we'll be able to just try and understand what was going on in my head. And I think there's kind of this thing of how we can explain how my brain works versus how his brain works, and that will be interesting, and we will do it collaboratively. Huh?
Yours doesn't work.
Mine doesn't work. My brain doesn't work, and his does. Mystery solved. We're good. Stop being adorable. Okay. Take Tucker Rekieta. Oh my god. Yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. So just so you guys know, that's what we'll be doing. The debate participants will be in there. Not everybody from the Think, just me and Andrew, because we're just going to diagram everybody. It's going to be like the first one that we are properly... Oh, it's going to be horrible listening back to myself and diagramming myself. But, and it will be very tempting to just clarify and continue whatever the fuck I was saying in my point there. But we're going to have to rein that sort of thing in. It's going to be a very interesting discussion. Okay, so going back to that, it honestly looks like complete audience capture, just being honest and calling it like I see it. Look, I was kind of saying something like that earlier, that it seems that he might be looking at chat, but I think you influenced my way of thinking of it that way. He definitely would have picked up that his chat was rabid against you, which I just was still, and I still don't get how they got that way without having heard anything about you. Like, yeah. Anyway, I suppose they did hear about you. When I was a kid, there were people that put dogs in wooden boxes. No, I'm not reading that. It's very, very bad and sad. And there are sick people, Brash. They really are, and I would kill those people without. Yeah, put this video in court. See, use it. People are saying we are acting in bad faith because those people are the textbook definition of bad faith. They never let us articulate a position. They signed the position to us. Well, that's what I'm saying here, is that this position hasn't even been made. Your guys, the guys that are in here, everybody's watching now, they seem to have, they understand your guys' position on, okay, we got to talk about this like properly, but I need to diagram this. But like, they were saying, they were like, this is what Sitch and Adam's position is. And I'm like, but I'm only looking at this diagram here. I'm only looking at this conversation here. And I don't see huge assertions going on from Sitch and Adam here. They're just questioning. And now everyone's going to be like, oh, Kitty, you're captured. Shut the fuck up. It's literally just what I'm seeing, okay? I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun. It will be very fun. Anyway, this reminds me, should I go through my own stream and try to figure out what Andrew was trying to explain there? Go over it together. I'll just diagram it in the background. I'll write what you guys do. I'll just be your typist. I'll be a typist like a real woman's supposed to be. Send Adam a link to join you, lol. Oh, look, I'm not going to cloud chase that hard that Adam will come and jump on here. And yeah, if he wants to, he can join in. But then we're definitely not diagramming. We're just going to be talking about this, and he's going to be explaining himself further. Let me just check Discord. I don't think he... don't read work emails. What? It just takes my mind completely off. I would call dodging questions a form of self-censorship. Kite is a guest diagrammaticist. Yes, it's a real word that Benjamin has come up with, while someone else's host might be functionally superior. He has to wait till Thursday. Oh, what? So then there's a whole rabid bunch of us, basically just all of his audience speaking to him. It's a call-in show. Clearly in full compliance mode. Look at him. Look at him go. Okay. Oh, I bent the knee, guys. I bent the knee. They're calling Adam bad faith because Adam said Nick dodged his question. But if he had stated Nick's answer as I don't know, they wouldn't be able to call him that. So, wait. If he had stated... Yeah, that is what he's saying. He's saying now that Nick doesn't really know what his thing is. Me calling him a craven bitch. Yeah, so he didn't assign anything. I don't think there is an assignment here. He made the joke. I guess the closest you can get is, did they get butthurt because he said, "Oh, you're an election denier"? Yes. Okay. Sorry, I'm blocking my camera so that you guys don't have to see Gordon. Oh, Axel's there with you. Okay, can I go? Okay. Nick doesn't have an opinion. He does law. A good lawyer. Let me in with Adam. I'll treat him like any other CC and not as a fan. Gordon naked. can neither confirm nor deny. Okay. Look, guys. I don't know. Let me just check it out. I think he's fine in chat. I didn't expect him to be in chat this much anyway. Yeah. Leave him alone. He's just giving us the Gordon hanging down. His shirt cocking. Yeah, no, he didn't derail. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna eventually just leave it. Daisy, come here. Thank you. Thank you for a bit of pure joy. Thank you. Okay.
In Pennsylvania, you have to pass the initial congressional proposal, has to pass Congress, and then it has to face 2 subsequent voting referendums of the public. Now, the law that they used for absentee ballots in Pennsylvania only had passed 1 of the 2 required popular vote measures, the ballot measures.
I know about this from your coverage.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So technically, that is an unconstitutional law. So using the absentee ballot process that Pennsylvania implemented was not constitutional. And it went to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and they said, well, too bad, I guess.
I'm 10 minutes behind, but I'd like to suggest an amendment to your diagram. You said elections all involve fraud, no compelling evidence to show that is conflicting. But he was alluding to proof of election swaying fraud, not fraud in general. Okay. I'll add that. Thank you, lady. This one, no compelling evidence to suggest it had an influence. Thank you. Also, yeah, if you do want to actually look at the diagram, the link is in the YouTube description. Nihilo, your own opinion is put into this diagram, and so is mine. I read the chat and I put the stuff in. Okay. Also, it's not compelling. It's no compelling evidence that the fraud results in a different outcome based on previous texts. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. That's it. That's what Lady Cameron was. Well, Lady Cameron, because on Rumble, there's Lady Cameron, because there is a Lord Cameron who has taken. Yes. Okay. It's still commentary. It's not part of the anyway. I'd love that, Adam, but of course there's going to be all kinds of claims, and I don't know what I could add to it for you guys, but you know, of course, I'd always love to come on. Okay. Anyway, we are literally. I'm trying to get to half an hour, guys. So look, this wall of lawyer happened here. Measures the ballot. Yes, I know about this from your coverage. So you see, like, Adam is also saying that he watched this. He knows what you're talking about. I'm not going to go to chat. I'm not going to go to chat. Okay, applied in Pennsylvania election notions latches standing. Problem is that the absentee ballot law they applied in Pennsylvania. Okay, Pennsylvania absentee law, ballot law. Applied here. Yeah, happened to pass. Technically, happened to pass a law that implied impact. It was a constitutional amendment and that impacts voting rights. Okay, so constitutional amendments impacting voting rights. Therefore, For this to happen, sorry, for this to happen. Proposal has to pass Congress. Okay, cool. So this is all the legal law that comes in here. Constitutional amendment that impacts voting rights for these two to happen. Proposal has to pass Congress, and then it has to face two subsequent voting referendums of the public and the law that they used. Okay, so for the public, this law only passed one. Okay. Class action lawsuits need to be brought to AMC, therefore sabotaging sound of freedom. Oh gosh, another one of those. I think I'm going to have to delete that message. And delete that message. Gotta love them spams. To be fair, I think bots decides wanted to argue against deep state trends. Hey, gay bin! There is a gay bin. You're letting the subject become the judge. So it's, oh, I know who Gay Ben is. Okay. He's adding insights to a discussion that he was part of. We've been judging him. Base Lucy. Do it, Kitty. Adam friended. No, she can come on my stream later. Hey, actually, that's basically what I do. I just have breakfast with Blaine. Okay, anyway. This is just a whole wall of law, man. It's too much for me.
For absentee ballots in Pennsylvania only had passed one.
I'm not built for this.
Of the two required popular vote measures, the ballot measures.
I know about this from your coverage.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So
I know about this. Right? That whole thing. It's a kind of good faith thing. It's making nice. Okay. But he's actually he's busy now. He's gonna just continue with his talk. Oh, thanks. Just that's it, basically. It's just the making nice. Change color, please. Why you do this color? Okay. Why subscribers only? They've been on subscribers only for the past few streams. I do think chat got butthurt because I called them election deniers. I made that joke because I didn't realize the next audience has so many election deniers in it. They didn't like being called that. They didn't like you guys from the beginning. So whatever chat was already, yeah. You got a Rumble audience and don't think they're a bunch of election deniers. Go to it. Anyway, I only noticed subscriber only on Sunday. Yeah, I only noticed that in the previous one. It's a good sort of thing. I think it gets people to subscribe. Why so serious, Joker? On Twitch, I wouldn't do that. Some people were doing it on Twitch. I was like, how about fuck you? Although maybe lower the time that you need to sit on it. Look, guys, yeah, we continue. We have to get to something. I have to get to 20 minutes.
Technically, that is an unconstitutional law. So
I mean, we have to get to memes as well. But
using the absentee ballot process that Pennsylvania implemented
if there are any,
was not constitutional. and it went to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and they said, well, too bad, I guess. And then, in my opinion, the U.S. Supreme Court had a duty at that point to say, does a state Supreme Court making decisions about the constitutionality of a state, is that beyond scrutiny for the Supreme Court when it impacts a federal election? I think that's an important question, because if Pennsylvania Supreme Court says what's written in our Constitution,
Give us the answer. Okay, so beyond scrutiny of the Supreme Court when it impacts the federal election, I think it's an important question, because if Pennsylvania Supreme Court is a written court. God, America. Okay, not constitutional. So his question is constitutional court, a Supreme Court. Court had a duty at that point. Supreme Court had a duty. I'm trying to still understand what Nick is saying here. And guys, let's forget what Sitch and Adam have said about this in the past. What I've seen in this discussion here is just all Sitch was just asking about, for fuck's sake, could you not? Oh, this diagram's already too big for its boots. Okay, look. Here. This is where Sitch was asking questions about how everything came together. Sorry, not there. Here. This whole part of this thing. He hasn't really made assertions here. Look what Sitch has said. So I know that you guys know their position on this because you were in their coverage. I was not. Also, even if I was in their coverage, I could not fucking comprehend it because I'm not American. Okay, so he's saying he's got a complex view of elections, so he's given his positions, but Sitch here has said even if they believe they were all that Sitch is. So why is everyone getting butthurt now already? I think everybody's already so butthurt about what happens after this. I'm not even there yet. Even if they believe there was election fraud, they know they weren't chosen by the state. That would be fraudulent part. That was the question they were talking about. More Nick. Okay, and then what? You guys got upset because people got upset because you said, "Are you an election denier?" And what I don't know Sitch and Adam's position here, so I struggle to see them asserting anything in clear direct opposition to Nick. They're just asking questions. So my chat, so I'll just say kitty chat, sees more because they may be more knowledgeable and have bigger brains, okay? So he said all election denier. Then this is all Nick here, so I'm still not understanding why there's any controversy. Nothing has actually been argued yet too far. I don't know. Maybe I'm just why am I so blind to this? Are we misbehaving today? Oh yes. For one, Adam draws a moral line in the sand and put election deniers on the evil side. This means that any further discussion will be made from oppositional sides. I still think it's a joke. And yeah, that might bring the atmosphere. I suppose that would have made Nick feel that way. And of course the chat. So the chat would feel that way. And Nick is reading the chat. Kitty, are you in election? That's a morally charged question meant to separate. Well, okay, so I'll write that here then because sorry, where is it? It's in this part. Morally charged. Oh, that's where we got See, to me, it was good time. It's a joke. Get the points of discussion. Election denial is the issue. That's what this whole, you guys are doing the law talk. Let's talk about that big, whether this is election denial or not. That's what I took it as. But you're right. The reason that this became a big tribal thing, Ikrin, is because he drew the line there by saying this, because it's a morally charged. I like the way you put that there. Morally charged question meant to separate. Denier is on the evil side. I'm gonna go to bed now. Enjoyed the stream. Oh, thanks, Aaron. Have a good sleep. Thank you for coming by. Really appreciate it, and thanks for chilling on the rumbles. We shall see you on there. Meant to separate Denaria is on the evil side. Oh, you, Aaron, if you can still hear me, please come on and have a think. But then again, I wonder if you could handle these people. I'll send you a link to a think and see if you would enjoy it. We would surely love to have you around, Aaron. It's an evil in Adam's eyes is on the evil side. To deny an action with what we apparently know that triggers 80% of Rekieta's chat, puts Rekieta on the defensive. There we go. And that's what Adam is saying here as well. What he was saying with us is that it's it's audience capture. So there is this defensive instead of just continuing. So you, both of you guys are right, if you know what I'm trying to say, I guess. So with what we know, evil side, with what we apparently know. I've made a bit of a Frankenstein of your comments here, Ikrin, but that's it. With what we apparently evil side, with what we apparently know, because 80%. I think that this is a great way to make sense of it. This triggers. Next chat. And puts him on the defensive. Okay. Being knocked dumb is a moral imperative, but that's not fair. I can try, but it's not going to work. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so you have to know Adam to know it's a joke. That's what I just took it as a joke. I just took it as a joke. It's not that election deniers get put on the evil side. It's that it puts them in a dumb side. I think most people worry more about thinking that they're dumb. Yeah, okay. I think the media wrongly labeled people who didn't think there was enough information to assure them that the election was not stolen. Election deniers. My joke should take this into account. Look, the joke was to get to that discussion. That's what I thought. I thought it's opening it up. I thought it's actually to get to the point of the discussion. Election denial. It's the issue that we want to get to. You guys are on the granular. You're on the actual. You guys, Sitch and Nick, we're on the granular of this. Whereas you going to the thing. What's the name? It's going to be very weird. Adam, does it feel weird to go from participating in chats of 30 people to it must be like being in just a very quiet room afterwards. Anyway. Well, that's the thing. Adam does that. I think maybe on his show, then it would be better, because then, God, it's such a territorial discussion. So he's getting shorter. Who? Me? Okay. God, come on.
Court had a duty at that point to say, does a state Supreme Court making decisions about the constitutionality of a state, is that beyond scrutiny for the Supreme Court when it impacts a federal election? I think that's an important question.
God, it's so heavy. Like, honestly, my brain just goes, no. When he starts talking about these things, when he's like, the court did this, stop, Chintzia. Read it. Stay away from chat. Read this. Make sense of it. Beyond scrutiny for the Supreme Court when it impacts a federal election, I think that's an important question, because if Pennsylvania Supreme Court says that written on constitution doesn't matter, that is okay. I can understand these things. I can understand that. But it's a lot of blabber, and I'm just wondering where we're going with it. Two valid cases dismissed. Not constitutional. Supreme Court had a duty to point at that point to say, does a state court making decisions about is it wow, okay, is Supreme Court duty had a duty at that point to say, does a state go fuck for yourself.
Court had a duty at that point to say, does a state Supreme Court making decisions about the constitutionality of a state, is that beyond scrutiny for the Supreme Court when it impacts a federal election?
I don't know what he's asking. Somebody fucking tell me. Supreme Court. I'm going to keep next round week. I'm going to keep ChatGPT open, because I'm going to ask ChatGPT to make sense of that for my little tiny brain. Supreme Court had a duty to, when it impacts a federal election, does a state have Supreme Court? Sorry, am I losing it here? I can't fucking find this. Okay.
Making decisions about the constitutionality of a state, is that beyond scrutiny for the Supreme Court when it impacts a federal election? I think
it's this making decision about, is it I can't. I think we're done. I think we're done for tonight. Basically, thank you, Prize Mike. Thank you. Basically, can the federal Supreme Court rule on state Supreme Court when it impacts federal elections? Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Supreme Court had a duty. I'm going to put it in square brackets because it's translated. Can the federal Supreme Court rule on state Supreme Court when it impacts federal elections? Thank you, everybody. My brain is broken. You know what? That's the thing. It's not as broken as Pearl and Ethan broke it. Okay, this is a good kind of broken. This is a tired broken. This is I'm like chewing on ideas broken. I like it. State Supreme Court has jurisdiction over election. Thank you, Prize Night. I'm not trying to spam you, and that's my last on the topic. Okay, true. Scrutiny is a normal word. No, putting all these words together in my brain doesn't work for me. Okay. Okay.
I think that's an important question, because if Pennsylvania Supreme Court says what's written in our Constitution doesn't matter and we can just apply law. However, I guess that's what Pennsylvania wants to do. But if it impacts a federal election, I think the Supreme Court gets to say maybe our review of what the Constitution says in Pennsylvania matters at that point. So
supposedly all the state constitutions have to pass constitutional muster, right? They can't pass any laws in state constitutions that are against the federal constitution. That's what he was talking about
there.
Right. The federal constitution is the minimum bar.
Yeah.
So for me, I think that however the Supreme Court answered that question, they may say, you know what? No, states get to
they
make
never
up their
answered
own
it
thing.
though, right?
No,
they never
right.
took the case. They sent it back, which is bullshit.
Yeah, so that was my one problem. And that was the Pennsylvania one. The other one was
that the one where they had like the 3-sentence, like, we're not going to hear this, like, opinion.
It might have been. The other one that I thought was an important case was brought by Louis Gohmert.
Mhm.
And it was dismissed for lack of standing because they said that no one in the case had standing to sue for the presidency. But the problem I had with that was Donald Trump himself had joined the case as a plaintiff. It's like, okay, wait a minute. So the two primary candidates to the presidential election don't have standing to bring suit in regards to how voting is done in the election that they have a direct interest in. And that felt like a very cheap dodge from the Supreme Court. And how they
okay, so that we are talking about these cases, these things being dodged. Okay, I will go into it when I have a fresher brain, but I would like to understand what is like. Okay, now what are we doing here? What are we doing further? Nick is clearly attempting to cite the problems and concerns here while being interrupted. He was not being interrupted. He spoke for a very long time.
They would have answered the questions to me is not, I mean, it's important, but it's less important than the idea that they just didn't take these cases, which should have answers. We should know what the Supreme Court's answer on these two issues are, even if it says we're not going to interfere with the election results that we see, absent like strong evidence. So
do you know the story that Bill Barr told President Trump to?
Will 2 weeks be enough of a break? What's this? Next week is what are you saying? Enough of a break? Oh, will 2 weeks be enough of a break for me to get this through my head? Yeah, I think so. I'll be fine. Adam changes the topic to Bill Barr. I don't know. Look, him changing the topic, I'm like, cool, you've just rambled on. Can we get on top of it now? You've given me the little pieces. I want to know. Lawyer debates, God.
Put some attorneys on these various laws that were going into effect around the country, because basically Bill Barr saw this.
Okay. I'm going to just put the Bill Barr thing here, but and I will put the timestamp here. I'm just going to say 19. Okay. What have we done in this diagram this time? Okay, let's have a quick. I don't think we have memes to go through, Nico, guys. So we like the stream already. Thanks. I'm 2 hours behind, but this is such a good analysis. Thanks, GDK. Oh, well, thank you very much, Tor. I really appreciate that. I want to know. Thank you, Blaine. The Bill Barr part is that Trump failed to prepare. Okay. I think Sitch mentions Clinton in a sec here because it's just lecturing SNA. For me, it really is lecturing for me. I'm like, well, okay, cool. What do we talk about? This diagram is going to be the size of a football field by the end of this whole discussion. Dude, we are nowhere near. Listen, guys, we have gotten through 18 minutes of this debate today. What did you not mean to do? Did you unsubscribe or like? Or did you downvote my stream? I get it. Let me just have a look at memes if we have. I mean, we don't really have that much time to go over memes anyway. It's just there's just lots of there's lots of AI art. I'll just put the Discord in the chat if you guys want to join in and have a look. Just go and get yourself some waifus. I think we're good. I think we just do a quick little summary here. We had our, and listen, guys, I did declare my bias. It's here. I did declare it. I watch more Sitch and Adam. Subscribe for a longer time. So I've said, I declared them, okay? We did declare them. And yes, again, this is a season, not an episode. So welcome to part 1 of many. Hope you will be around and will for the rest of this journey. Because I'm gonna be. I think we might have to finally have me actually record something by myself and then push it out to you guys and maybe do a premiere, whatever. So we can talk and chat, and I can update the diagram in real time, adding your comments. But yeah, so this is why there's going to be, we spoke about why this is going to take on forever, because it was elections, Nick. We haven't even gotten to Nick, guys. Okay? We haven't gotten to the NF guy. Okay? We haven't gotten there. They started off very nice. So far it's nice, but what has happened here is we've gotten into this sort of lecture thing. There is a lot of green here. It is his show. I understand there's going to be a lot of green here because it is Nick's show. He's the one that's going to talk. That's it. But for me, there was also not a lot of assertions being made. Look at what was happening. Sitch is just asking questions, and I guess the fact that everybody knows, except for me, their position on these things, it does come. And yes, because of this election denier bombshell that everybody went mad about, because of that, everything that comes up after this it's an opposition, but there's no argument occurring here in my eyes. Like the last time that Sitch spoke was like, it was many minutes ago. The last time that Adam spoke was look, okay. Literally, that was here when they brought up the first bit of the election thing. Then look at this. It's all, so I'm like, whoa, guys. Literally, we haven't had much. So this feeling of the opposition, I think Equin said it the best, that it's a morally charged question. So everybody gets hung up on that morally charged question, even though it's a joke. In my opinion, literally my first note was good times, jokes, actually gets to the point of the discussion. Election denial is an issue. Let's go and talk to that. Actually getting to the point. That was my initial thing. Then Nilo says tribe check, which again is what Equin is saying here is morally charged question. It's your tribe check. Which tribe are you in? Are you a denier or are you not? That's the whole thing. And here again, my underlying thing that I'm trying to tell everybody here is Kitty, don't know Sitch and Adam's position here, so I struggle to see that they are asserting anything in a clear direct opposition to Nick. So that's why for me, I'm like, geez, what the fuck is this? Why is this a huge deal for people? This is just, and this is, we ignored chat after a while, but the chat was already rabid from the beginning. So for me, this is still going well. They're still just talking. There is a little bit of lecturing going on here and rambling, but it all seems fine so far. Okay, we have not, I repeat, we have not reached the shit show. We'll see you next time. On Tuesday, this time next week. Okay, so Thursday we do a think. Same time, we're gonna do a think. I don't know what our think will be on, so just subscribe or look at the Discord, or just find us again the way you found us today. We're going to do a think there. So that's a whole group of us. Go and check out the other live streams that I've done that are called Thinkers. Then you'll see all the colorful thinkers that are in there. Grey Pape, Andrew Clark, all of the people that are actually in chat have been thinkers. Okay, most of them. Let me just get back to. Let's go to this solo outline because I'm just saying goodbye. We have like 1 minute. Yeah. On Tuesday, I won't be doing this. We will be, Andrew Clark and I will be going through our own debate and diagramming our own debate. Let's see how that goes. And then we'll see, maybe I can do something on Wednesday to just keep going. Just keep this thing going because it's going to be a long time. We're going to be here for months, boys and girls. And I'm sure people will want us to get over it, but I'm not over it yet. So have great stuff today. Well, thank you, Equin Shadox. Thank you. Why did I'm the blue one, especially today? Thursdays think. Thursday think. Okay, guys. I am going to just bid you adieu, and I'll see you guys on Sitch and Adam because that's what we do on a Tuesday. We just go into there. I will stay there until there are 69 likes, then I go to sleep. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Go and subscribe, you shit.